people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nano-technology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Okay, welcome everyone to the 120th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And once again, it's Thursday, and it's June 30th, 2016 today. My name's Rick Crammond, your host, and we'll be speaking with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. He's ready to go with today's exciting workshop, I believe. Mr. Keshe, are you there?
Yes, good morning. Good day to you. wherever and whenever, as usual, you listen to us. As you see, we have moved into a new structure of teaching. We have moved into the next step of the development of the technology, where up to now we thought the theoretical and some support with practicals or visual systems. Keshe Foundation from now on, as we have done it, slowly we built it up, is that we are moving into the next phase of the work of the foundation. We showed you the blueprint. A lot of you made a lot of things, and a lot more people have come to be around the foundation, and they want to do it themselves. They want to learn more and more. So what we've done, we're bringing the teaching into a what we call workshop lab condition. So we move the whole teaching into a lab, where from now on, if you have something or we have something, live we can test, live we can show. And this is important. This is very important for the teaching of the foundation as the new programs and the new teachings takes over. So we brought an environment where we are actually in a lab. Fabio, can you just show us a little bit around? We brought you into the environment where we can show, we can test tools on the spot in the lab. All the reactors, all the systems built are here. More or less, we have brought everything that we don't need to move around. Everything which is technology is developed around over 20 years is here. We want to test something, you want to ask for something, we want to develop a new technology, everything is here. This is how the technology is going to go and how our teaching is going to go. In that progress, we announce a new changes because as you've seen, slowly in past 3 months, we start separating the teaching in a very specific direction. We have started the medical application teaching with doctors, where now they have the medical systems and they can test it. They come back to us and they share knowledge with us. We have started the agriculture, which is the second session was yesterday. Now, from next week, we start the process of the space and military as we promised you. So with the space and military, we show technologies, how the thing is done for them to be easy to understand. In that progress, we cannot allocate all the times to different things, so we had to make some adjustments. After 15th of July, the teaching, Tuesday afternoon teaching ceased to be. The international teaching becomes international military space teaching. So what it means, on all the public teachings comes only to Thursdays. At the same time, Tuesday teachings for the students stays. I still teach on Tuesday morning. Tuesday afternoon belongs to the governments, military and space. We have already a number of nations will join us. We have the Spaceship Institutes will join us, and the teaching we've done here, we'll work with them to bring what we have promised. Wednesday morning is the agriculture. Again, it's open to the people who are in the science of agriculture and growth. And then afternoon, we open the afternoon teaching, Wednesday afternoon teachings to the military and the space, because it's the most important part for most of the astronauts and cosmonauts and what we call motions. So we are bringing in scientists from agencies like NASA, Russian Space Agency, and we work closely with them on a close condition. Military from different governments like China are invited in. The Space Agency of China is invited in. Ghana Space Institute will be one of the first scenes that we start the space teaching. Then we go into different African nations and other space agencies and military organizations, which we have seen in past few days, have started writing to the foundation on the military basis that they want to know more. So we go directly in the heart to change the military application or confirm to the military that the time of making weapons to kill is over. We show them the technology. This is how we are handling it. We are not teaching them how to make new weapons. We're showing them how the weapons they have is obsolete. These teachings will take place here, and in cases we go into the nations, into the laboratory of the different governments and nations and the space agencies to develop this further. Today, after sometime around about 1 o'clock, Keshe Foundation will present a totally new explanation, especially targeted at security services. We have asked for agencies like CIA, Interpol, Russian intelligence, and the police force, and the others to watch the program after 12 o'clock. This is important for us because, as you know, we are a scientific organization. And in this process, we find a lot of people come around us which are not really part of us, but they use us to achieve their own clandestine activities. We saw how a well-organized criminal organization headed by Alan Sterling was attaching themselves to us as they're reporting about energy, but in the background, accessing children and abusing children. And his conviction, more or less life, was passed exactly 2 weeks ago by the courts in United States. Strange enough, on the back of the same development, in the past few days, it was announced yesterday in Holland, the biggest pedophile gang in the world on the internet has been opened up. 75,000 members. And part of the people who were sitting with Alan Sterling group are in this group and they've been arrested. It's in the news today. You can go and read it. 75,000. So we see the effect of our work, plus the intelligence agencies working in the background, adding the dots together. So in us developing new technology, these criminals come around us to benefit for their own activities. And so we don't want to get involved in it. We have nothing to do with it. But as they use us, when we find out, we open the books. And we've seen opening the books brought one of the biggest pedophile organizations in the United States, headed under the energy, which is part of our work, to attract children. We have seen a number of people on Alan Sterling Facebook and other websites pretending to be young teenage boys trying to learn, where in fact there are mature people in their 40s and 50s in their real Facebooks in Europe. So go back to understand we are scientific, and now without us wanting, those who use organizations like us to bring and attract children attach themselves to it. One of these people who's been in this job for a long time is what we call the Red Circle. We open the story about Red Circle, how he's been involved in a number of patent deception, in a number of copying patents from scientists, publishing them after their death, where they had access to it, claim it to be theirs, trying to kill scientists and sign patents into them, and at the same time taking patents out of Europe in far distances that they can then grow it back into the country. These are no allegations. Our investigation team, headed by Sandor, has been working heavily with this for the past year or so. It was his work relentlessly last year, which the file was so complete that when we handed it over to FBI, it took FBI a few days to confirm and start the investigation with Alan Sterling, which led to his arrest. After 2 o'clock, we run a section we call The Facts About Keshe Foundation, the Mehran Tawakkoli Keshe, and how, without us knowing, being innocent in this world of technology and science, we got pushed and pulled into clandestine activities of the others that they used us to reach what they want. We can show connection with child trafficking, directly with the red circle, him and his family. Bringing in children, young age, to abuse, specifically categorizing. We show how claiming to be patent owners where they have no patent, claiming money laundering from other activities of killing scientists and trying to benefit by it, from what they benefit by it, to pretend to come through another one. We show a money laundering system which is set up in Belgium by a group of 4 or 5 people, highly influential. He's one of them. And then we see how he goes for character assassination, as we see on the internet today. My team is fully aware. We are standing by. We have asked and we've been told the security services are here. We hand over our dossier after today to the security services. We have to understand that we have to carry on with our work. We have to carry on developing technologies that people cannot be abused the way they're done now. We deliberately set up a trap last week to bring what we wanted, and it worked. We set a trap by the advice of the security services who knew the reaction. The same as we said, we were advised with Alan Sterling case to go on one of the chats with Kerry Cassidy and say we know the victims. Actually, we knew, but we needed them to walk in. And 2 days later, they knew Alan Sterling was arrested, and they didn't need to go through a long process of court case, because when he confessed himself to it, it's done. That was the wishes of the FBI. We were advised by the security services and social structure people how it could be done. And we used the same knowledge, the same technique last week. We needed to bring to show it's a family business. And you will see it. Facts about the Keshe Foundation will open it up. We'll show you how 3 times the same man has copied other people's work, pretending to be his, and is killed for it. And accidentally, by his own cornering himself, he had to eat his own poison, which led to his own brain hemorrhage while I was watching him. He was trying to give me a sandwich to eat. I refused. It was the only sandwich on the table. He had to eat it because I was watching him. And he walked out, and he had what he claims to be a brain stroke when he was helping me to write the books. He had. But don't forget, at the time, I was weakened by the other poisons when I came back from Iran, when he wanted to write the book. So the poison to him was okay, because half of the poison was in me, but the other half in him. In me, it created what he showed the liar signs of liver cancer. The 2 more scientists who've been, 1 killed, and we think the second one is dead now as well. But the side effect of the second poison has brought him brain hemorrhage. This is exactly the way another compression scientist in Holland in July 1999 died. And his work appeared to be patented by the Red Circle. We released names, documents on the internet, documents from courts. That is a team they work. This is why they went on the rampage of internet discrediting us, because they knew we got into them. He knew. Now he has to create a lot of false facts. Today we bring members of the public who their name has been put on the Keshe victims, that they don't even belong. They've gone because the mentality of this man coming from Africa is the black race is stupid. They don't understand. So he's gone to African nations' Facebooks, and he's brought their name without them knowing and placed them on the Facebook as victims. So the 600 victims, all entered by him alone, they don't even exist. We bring you one of them. It's one of our own scientists. Even he put us, which is my wife, without anybody knowing, as part of the victim system. When we start looking at it, when the intelligence services look, there are no victims. All look at the entries, is all entered on the Keshe victims by one man. He likes your picture, you're near the science, you're African, you don't know Tunisia, Africa, and others, he puts you as a victim. We show you the emails, you will understand how they operate. It's a well-organized criminal organization. He's been involved in a number of murders. We open it. That's why we asked for the securities to be present, and then we'll understand. So we open a section this afternoon, once and for all. We close it because it's important that the national securities who work with us, the what we call military and space people, understand. And now that they understood what's going on, we've been explaining to them in the past couple of weeks, they have joined and we start the process of spaceship. Nothing is wrong with the Keshe Foundation technology. You have enjoyed it. You saw a new life. You have seen a new direction. You have been made to understand that you have as much knowledge as the most advanced scientists in physics, biology, or chemistry. You have become scientists yourself. This is the essence of the new technology. We opened our patents. We opened our work. We opened the blueprint. We get so many people sending us the electricity bill, 50% reduction, 60% reduction, no electricity consumption. This is what it is. We took the shackle out of the biggest problem for man, which was the energy, and now we are taking our work to the next step. This is important for us and important for you. A lot of you have joined us. You come here, you watch, and you say, I wish I could make this. I want to make this. I want to be part of developing it, that I can understand it. When it comes, I can do it myself. So today, the reason we brought you into this workshop is that we announce a new section to Keshe Foundation. We call it the workshop. Workshop at KFSSI, or workshop at Spaceship Institute, or workshop at keshefoundation.org brings you from now on, when it's completely set up, to where you live, which country, which city. You look and see, where are the workshops? I want to learn to make the system. There is a workshop somewhere near you. Keshe Foundation supporters have been doing this in small groups around the world. Now we have brought this into a well-organized section where, for example, in Germany, you can go on the German workshop and see, what are the workshops? How much they cost? What is there? You book yourself into a course. You know, in a week, 2 week, 3 week time, or a month time, when you have a time, you can go and learn how to make a Magrav system, how to make a pen, how to make a pad, how to make the generators which are getting developed to be released, how to build the spaceship lift system. Everything will be taught step by step. So the teaching from theoretical now, as we are in this room, goes to its next step. Workshop at keshefoundation.org, workshop spaceshipinstitute.org, workshop KFSSI. If you are running workshops or you want to run a workshop, contact workshop at keshefoundation.org. Tell us who you are. We do a what do you call it, credibility check, if you are correct. You tell us which country you want to teach. You could be 20, 50, 100 in one country. There is no problem. We bring different countries together that you can teach. People flying from one place to another. Specific developments and teaching will be zoomed in and out if we need to do. In this process, we start teaching hand-on. You become part of it. You don't need to buy anything. You go to a workshop, for example, in Germany, and in that workshop, you are given all the tools. When you walk out of the workshop after 2 days, you have a Magrav system. All the materials are there for you. You have a pen that you can use. You have any other system learning about the technology. We have seen Mr. Farhad Amini in Germany developing this technology very rapidly, this way of method of thinking. We've seen Renan doing it in the Philippines. We've seen in France, in Canada, the French-speaking side, running workshops. We've seen workshops in Hawaii. We've seen workshops all over the world. So what we're doing now, we're bringing all the workshops, wherever you are, under one banner of workshop at Keshe Foundation. Each country tells us how much they want to charge for 2 days of teaching, for the material they provide, and the backup they bring in. So you can go to these workshops. The first one will be, we need you to come in to register. It takes us a very short time to security check. And then you become the teachers of the Keshe Foundation. You tell us what you want per session, for a Magrav system to be built, other things to be built, for accommodation facility you rent to be there, and we accommodate it. They pay the foundation before they come. Foundation transfers the funds to you. That from now on, we create new type of employment, teaching, teachers of a new science, men who make things. We estimate several thousand people will start this process in the coming months, and they start teaching. If you have made Magrav system, if you want to make Magrav system, you're unemployed, you want the revenue, the teaching of the technology is what is available. As I said, the employment with this technology will be huge. If you want to do it as a donation free, it's there too. But from now on, you go on workshop, you want to see where is the nearest, you can go to it. Workshop. Look at the country, the nearest place, where you can go to, how you can learn, and how you want to teach. So the first one we announced is on the setup because Mr. Farad Amini in Germany has started it. He's going to join us shortly. He doesn't speak much English, very little. We bring German translators we have online to join us, that we can work together to translate what he does, the way he does it. And next week or so, we announced the German teaching. He's doing it for nearly 3 months every weekend in Germany, very successfully. 10, 20 people. If you have the German Facebook, you see him. And in that process, we bring him to become as part of the Keshe Foundation workshop group, to start heading it. And we bring in more or less, we have brought two of our best people in the background, like Brad and Rick Ramon, to support if it's needed, that we can structure this through. So the core team of the Keshe Foundation have become part of the support to see this through, because it's a new way of teaching. So if you've been teaching, if you've been trying to teach, if you've been teaching 1 or 2 or 3 people, now you can do it officially through the Keshe Foundation support. You are waiting for 1 or 2 or 3 people or 10 people to hear from you. We allow you to make videos promoting your teachings. During the Keshe Foundation process of teaching on Thursdays for our international teaching, these videos will be played in intervals. So, for example, if you're running a Keshe Foundation workshop in Germany, or in Holland, or in Spain, or in America, you make a small video, we play it. That this is who I am, this is where I run it, these are my sessions, and then we allow you to reach more people internationally and teaching the technology internationally. We do these kind of seminars and teachings from around September, October for governments. We go to facilities in different government sections and we show them how to do it. The first part of this will be done when I'm in Ghana. It'll be done with the Ghana Space Agency, Ghana Atomic Energy people, and hopefully before Christmas, it will be done in Iran. We're hoping to develop the system that we do live teaching workshop from Tehran. Hopefully, if we come to an agreement that my security is guaranteed within the structure, we do it in America, we do it in China, we do it anywhere a government wants to show the doctors, the engineers, the scientists, how and what is the change. Those of you who do the workshops and you become good at it, when we get approached by the government to demonstrate, you become the representative of your country in that country to represent the technology as workshops to their scientists. We've seen this done in Ghana. We've seen this done in China. We've seen this done in a number of countries, that people are physically going to governments, delivering the peace message, military understanding it. Now we start receiving requests from militaries and different governments that they would like to be part of the technology to understand it. So we have to go this way. As I kept on saying, and now you understand why, that we have finished with the theoretical. Now is a matter of building it, developing it, showing it, and for you to be able to share the knowledge openly. We teach doctors how to make systems for their own patients. This is what is happening now in the medical section. A lot of doctors are building their own little systems for their application. The same will go with the agriculture. We teach this man of space how to make systems to be able to protect, even immediately to be used in the present space program, which is within a different number of nations. We have become an international force. We have become a scientific international force. And what I say is we, is all of us. Every single one of you who made a call, who even listened and you contemplated that this technology has a hope to change humanity, your wishes has supported us. We don't work on the physical support of it. We receive whatever is there. Your blessing is part of our work. Your way you support us in different ways is part of our work. We need to establish solid ground. And the solid ground comes when people touch it, feel it, work with it, see the benefit of it. Rick, do you see Mr. Amani somewhere in the background that we can bring him up from Germany? Hello?
Yes, just a minute, Mr. Keshe.
Sometimes I wonder, I've been talking to myself.
Trying to find my windows here, yes. Just a minute here.
Is he there? Yes, they can see him in the background on the Zoom. Can you let him to come in and he can share with us what's happening in Germany and how he's been doing it? If we have a German translated to English, are people like Paul Rennan in the background or Ingrid who can translate for us?
Okay, I see him there now, yeah.
Can you see?
Yeah, good morning together. I'm here.
Aha.
Hello, good morning, Mr.
Amini.
Amini.
How
are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Amini, can you lived in Germany for years. You're a German citizen. But are you fluent in English to share with us, or would you like us to bring a translator for you?
Yeah, we tried this in English. I made
Pardon?
it. We tried first of all in English.
Okay, go ahead, please. Could you introduce yourself and tell us what you've done and what you're doing and why you become the head of the Keshe Foundation teaching? Before you go, we will explain to you something else with what we set up regarding the blue for the red circle. You will understand. Go ahead, Mr. Amini. Please, the floor is yours. When you finish, I start.
Yes, hi, good morning, good evening to everybody around the world. I'm very happy to be here now and be part of Keshe Foundation. I love it. I'm 44 years old, living in Germany since 1988. I'm also German and Iranian, or I am human. Yeah, and we started here to join Keshe Foundation to spread the news and be a supporter since long time. Yeah, and we have created Facebook pages, Keshe Foundation Germany, and others, and tried to get the members all together, which we've done. We are now over 10,000 people. And we try to make this knowledgement touchable and brought everybody together to make workshops or make everything in physical form, yeah, and not just theoretically. And we see that the people like this, and they come over from Switzerland, from other countries, from Holland, or from Luxembourg, many countries, they come and joined us and build their Magrav or pens or anything else, or get some teachings, yeah. Yeah, now we are here working, make the parts, bring the people the acknowledgement directly in the hand so they can touch this and be happy.
Mr. Amini, you've been running these workshops for nearly 3 months. We've been keeping an eye on what you've been doing. And now you have to organize how and tell us how we can support you as the new generation of teachers of the new science, and how you see the function of the foundation to be able to support groups like you which are getting set up now.
Yes, this is very nice. I think with the support from Keshe Foundation, we get much stronger and we can come much more in the heart of the people, because many people knows Keshe Foundation directly. And now we're joining together, and in every country there are many lovers wants to cooperate and to bring the knowledge like us to the people. That's our vision, or our order to get them together and make a certain or many concepts to bring the technology out in the hand from the people and make it touchable, yeah? And I think Keshe Foundation can help us much here to collect us together now, and to bring the new level inside, yeah.
Mr. Hawan, can you explain to us what you do in these workshops? Can you go into a little bit more detail that the people who want to run workshops know what is involved? This is called Magrav for All. This is part of Mr. Amini's work in Germany. Explain to us what these pictures are first, please.
Yes, you see here Magrav's parts we creating, put together so that anybody comes in for sure can build his or her Magrav and bring that home, yeah. Because we know some parts of Magrav take a little bit time. They cannot do it in a weekend. For example, producing GANs in one weekend, it's not very easy. So we do everything before, yeah. You see here some parts what the people did for them, and
They make these. People make these themselves. The one you're showing.
yes, many part of this. You see the wires, everything, the connection are made by the members. Yes.
So they come for a workshop and you teach them everything, how to do everything correctly.
Yes, nearly to everything. There are many people with different experiences. We try to select them, elect them to the right part. Once we're talking about the day, what we do, then the people which know about winding coils, for example, or others, they select them and go grouply together and build them, yeah, on the changing the section every time, so that they learn everything, or at least they did something, yeah, in the site, for example, winding coils or make capacitors or whatever. And so we see here that the people do it well.
Can you explain to us more? Do you have more pictures you can share with us?
Yes, maybe you go in the next page. Yeah, Maca power in every house, spreading the Keshe technology. Yes, Maca power. Maybe next slide. So in this document, what we finished yesterday, we tried to make a short cut to explain what we do, how we do this. Very important is here that everybody should be able to have a Magrav or whatever we bring from Keshe technology on the table, yeah? So we made a financing system, for example, which allows anybody to share with us, even they have money or not. Yeah, with the sponsoring, the people are able to help each other on the, and make it possible for them to get any device what we bring out. For example, somebody has money but no time, and somebody else has no money but time, they can join together on one of them can visit the workshop and build for them two Magravs together. For example, yeah, we can we finished one. We built a PowerPoint presentation. What you see here, maybe you can go in the next page. Yeah, knowledge sharing for anyone. Skills are shown and shared. Participant will be guided to build their own Magrav and take it home. Maybe you change the next page, and I can show tell more. Yeah, yeah. Concept spread Keshe technology. Yeah. Community sharing application support by workshop team concerning Magrav application. Participants receive access to various online meetings, various exchange platforms to share their knowledge. We want to support also the workshopper. They get from us live connection like Zoom meeting, so that can teach anything, and they get answer of every question what they have around the globe. Yeah, so they are never alone to teach the people. Yeah. I hope everybody understands me.
No problem. You speak better than me. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. So maybe next page. So we come in this section, Magrav Marathon Workshop 1 to 3 days workshop in details, depending workshop time. Magravs are built from the fabricated items. Some parts are already pre-made for safety reason, because not everybody can work with every machine here. To make it safe, we select after knowledge of the people who can work with which machine. Yeah, so we have not any accident or any surprise here which goes out of the workshop. Maybe next page. So we see here some points which the people can do once they're here. For example, widening coils, connect coils, coating coils, widening capacitors, coating them, prepare GANs balls. Of course, we teach also how GANs is made. Yeah, different GANs, and the philosophy of this. Maybe you go a little bit down. On next page, yes. We see here how now Bart trying to make a coil. Yeah, this is a machine which automatically make the wines. Yeah, we get it presented from our group people, from Klaus. He made it for us. Thank you, Klaus, for this. For production, of course, we have created an understandable routine. Each participant has the opportunity to use tools which we were specially developed for this purpose, based on sketches and other documentations, the Magrav. Maybe you can go to the next page. Yes, we have here a lot of different strategies to make promotion and advertise for this action. Yeah, and yeah, I see myself now. Okay, most of our workshop members comes from the advertising in Facebook groups and personal recommendations, of course. Maybe you can go to the next page. So this is very nice. This is one of our highlights. Yeah, flexible financing, Magrav for all, to make everybody able to participate in Magrav Marathon workshop, as I said before, and build their own Magrav. We have developed the following solution, yeah, which we go on now. In next page, we will see more on this. There are different ways to come and do to come to a Magrav or anything else what we bring or put together, establish for the future. The goal is help people with different resources, money and time to match. Yeah, there are people who have money but no time. There are people who have money, who have time but no money. Those two groups can be brought together. Yeah. And this we calling sponsoring, yeah, financing, sponsoring each other. What I not have has somebody else, and what somebody else not had somebody else, and what he not had maybe I have. This is the philosophy of this action, yeah, to bring everyone together and make together all around on our hands is everywhere once we come together. Here we see the models of the people, what they can do for whom it's interested. For example, number one, I am motivated but have no money and would be happy if someone is sponsoring my stay and participant. So, so I don't see what I read here. So that I can build two Magravs for my sponsor and me. I can afford it financially, but do not have time and would like to sponsor someone who builds a Magrav for me and himself is the second figure or second personality, second type of this model, yeah. The four models, of course, there are also people who has technical knowledge and would also like or earn money or build this Magrav. They can also introduce them, of course. On the fourth, the best one from my side is I have either money, no time, or etc. I try to wish the Magrav for me. Wishing is also an important part of this knowledge, yeah, to can wish rightly and without any vibrations, I say only, and to get your wishes done, yeah. This is also a part of the model, which we see also the people also made Magrav on just give this to someone, yeah, who was not able to do this, to visit workshop, or for some reason how they cannot come here. When the people are interested, they simply decide for one of the models. We created in different platforms areas where the persons can highlight themselves or show themselves on call for the action what they need. For example, if someone wants to sponsor somebody, and he clicks in this schedule, for example, on 2. We see a sheet or a table here. There are the 4 different models inside. Anybody can choose this and introduce themselves. Also write the reason why they want to sponsor somebody, or why they want to get sponsored, or why they mean they should wish this. Yeah. So we brought the people together. We see here many people come and they are sponsored, and they come here and build 2 Magravs and very happy go home. Yeah, normally maybe they would never be able to build this, but with us with this model, it was able. We see many people which started to make Magrav since 9 months, but they never finished this, and they are now able, with our help, collective help, to build this finally, and to have Magrav and have the fun of this. Yes. Maybe you go some next page, please. Yes, we see most items of our workshops, Magravs, are prefabricated as modular system in our workshop in Meerbusch. Those prefabricated items can be received and assembled at the different corporations places. Yeah. We make it easy because the important is for the people to have contact with the technology and to be able, for example, it's a big thing for many people now to build Magrav themselves. It's not important now to make from A to Z every step themselves. Of course, it makes them happy if they can do this, but somewhere they have to start. And so once we make everything ready, they can have success. Then they are very motivated, we see here, and they continue to search and follow on the teachings. Yeah, they get extremely motivated, which we like and we love. And next page, please. Trading for Magrav Marathon Workshop partners. Of course, we alone cannot do this around the globe alone. Yeah, we have to be with partners and collectively go forward. For this, for partners and workshops organizers, there is first of all now a 6-day training in Meerbusch and soon in other locations also. We train them. The content of the train is how to structure workshop, storage and administration for ongoing workshops. How do I teach the knowledge and what kind of tools and machinery is needed to make it become a success time for all attendants. Yeah. Introduce different platforms, meetings and communities for networking. We try here together, for example, when we say in Germany, when we are in different locations, once we go, for example, in Tübingen, we make the workshop, we plan that after this action, next weeks, following weeks on this, some people from Tübingen will follow and run the workshops every weekend like as we do in Meerbusch. This is the plan. Everywhere we go or everyone we teach, we bring them there that they can continue and run these workshops every week. So maybe you go to the next page, please. Rick, thank you. Yeah, Keshe technology teaching, we are learning by doing workshops. It speaks for itself. We will establish our workshop model all over the world. We should have in every town a teaching and learning by doing workshop centers to make it possible for all people to have the direct connection to Keshe Foundation and build anything themselves as understand the knowledge and its benefits. Maybe next page, please. Yeah, Magrav Marathon Workshop are well known in many countries. People from Germany, Holland, Swiss, Austria, and Luxembourg had already attained to our workshops and workshop models. First negotiations to groups from Taiwan, USA, Argentina, and Peru are getting place and will follow. Yeah. and we spread, of course, this all. Also, we now here we call out who has interest can shortly message us or introduce himself or herself to get networked, to come together. Maybe next page, please. Yeah, in short time, we will announce first locations and dates via KesheFoundation.org, Facebook, and other communication platforms to show, to collect and to show the calendar where we do everything and highlight workshop times on everything around the globe. Happy in the next page? No, it was old. We have everything done already. The theoretical or introducing time is over with this. It means we have to act all together, come together, and support each other. What I not have somebody else. What somebody else not has, I have this. All together, we can be Shiva. Yeah, we can make everything. Nothing is impossible. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amini. Mr. Amini will head the Keshe technology teachings, as it says, learning by doing workshops. Brett and Rick in the background will support, and you need to go to the Keshe Foundation workshop at keshefoundation.org or wherever. You see it on KFSSI. It will be on the front web page of the Keshe Foundation and all the other Facebooks which you control, that you can join in. Join to learn, join to teach. And this is where we begin becoming strong in sharing knowledge unconditionally.
Yes.
Each teaching, as Mr. Amini can tell you, is costed. Everything has to be organized. It's cheaper to make it yourself, to learn, than buying it from the foundation. We have no problem with it. The whole purpose is to teach, to learn, and to understand that you become teachers. We already teach in the schools. The technology has already been taught in different schools by the permission of the governments. Now, slowly, even in Italy, we start teaching in the schools the new plasma technology. And Mr. Akhavan, thank you very much for your thoughts. We welcome you to the Keshe Foundation, what I call international groups. And hopefully, we hear a lot from you in the coming weeks. We have to set everything up in the background. Send your applications to the workshops at Keshe Foundation. And Mr. Akhavan and our team will look after you. They will teach you how to do it, and we carry on to the next step. Thank you very much, Mr. Akhavan. Thank you, Amini. Thank you very much for being there. And in a way, congratulations in what you've achieved and how you share your knowledge freely with others.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much for your work, for your staying there. It motivates us to follow you, and I love it how it's going on. When we come all together, and with the money, without money at the moment, we cannot do this. We tried this many months since January. We was in a pressure to take money, otherwise we must close. Yeah. So we made the decision, okay, we will organize us with money all together, but the shareness, it must stay there at the first line. Yeah, we try to share.
Thank you very much. So today we launched the workshops. I know the Italians are dying to run with this. The only problem is how they're going to find out to do it, how time to do it. I see Giovanni is smiling. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. He's been doing it. Pardon?
We will show them. We will show them. Share the knowledge how we can do it fastly and easily, with or without time.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Amini. We hear more of you. Mr. Amini, Can you tell us how much you charge now in Germany?
At the moment,
You charge 300 and something for the teachings?
we want to charge now a new model with 250 euros, inclusive of Magrav.
Yeah, so they take a Magrav with them for that cost.
Yes, one. When they want to have more, they can order more. Of course, if we see people here coming in and build 5, take it home for them or for friends, however. And
Yeah,
yes.
carry on. You got to understand something very important. Legally, in the framework of the knowledge or any teaching, you can make what you like without certification, because that's why you're in these workshops. When you're in the workshops and you make the system, you are responsible for what you've made. Where you buy systems from the foundation factories, the factories have to license their products from the source. So when somebody makes a unit for himself, you're taught more or less is a standard of what we use in the factory, doesn't need a license. But those of you who start, we've seen manufacturing things and selling it on the logo of the Keshe Foundation, we take immediate action. We inform you what you do is legal, because if you produce goods in Canada, it has to have Canadian certification. If you produce things in America, it has to have American certification. We have sold goods internationally, and we ask the people, they accept the responsibility in receiving goods which are CE certificated. Our goods, our factory is in Italy. We produce CE standard. If you want it, you accept the responsibility. It's a certification, not just because it's made. We send it to you. This is what we have operated. We are within the legal term of international code. But if you want to make things and sell things which you have made, you are responsible for it. Please do not make mistakes. A lot of people we've seen start putting things on the internet, trying to sell Magrav systems or whatever. These are, if you don't have a certification, you cannot do. Obtain a certification. All the factories of Keshe Foundation for their country will receive certification. Some countries allow what we call surrogacy certification, which means their nation does not have any certificate standard. They allow others' confirmation of certification to be accepted. So, number of countries accept CE certification with an independent conformity to the standard certified by SGS. Keshe Foundation has reached that point. We will release systems to a number of nations as a supplier with CE certification with a SGS backup. This will be on the scene in the coming weeks. You will see it. So if you accept, your nation accepts, your government accepts SGS report, SGS certification on top of CE, that allow the system to be entered into the country rapidly. It's already been done. Hopefully within the next 2 or 3 days, the certificate will be issued and you can use as international backing. Some states in America seems to be accepting this, that the goods can be entered as long as they have the white box, which is a fireproof box, and obey the standards. We are looking into different organizations, but please, if you are making any units, do not put them on the internet for sale, because if you don't have a certification, you can be made liable for anything.
Mr. Keshe, maybe something else. This is very important for us to not make just one model as you teach. We should get our personality also inside this. We see here many people make many different designs and colors. And as you see on the Magravs, we make a star formation on the Magrav with ganzes. This is the best thing I saw on the last times, yeah.
Can you explain to us what it means?
It means on the top of Magrav, we have 3, three coils, and we put 4 copper winding, 9 windings, yeah, and we coat them. We put them as a star formation over the Magrav, and up to persons. They put then different ganses in these coils, yeah. Maybe the last photo, last picture of us shows this. Yeah, some people make also crystals on the star formation on the top of the Magrav.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Ms.
Yeah.
Akhavan, thank you very much for being. Ms. Akhavan, I have to ask you a question while you're here. We have never talked before till a couple of days ago when I spoke with you regarding the setting up of the Keshe Foundation. I've been told, if I'm correct, you need to confirm this because it's important for us. You know a lady called Suzanne who's asked for the picture of your daughter. Am I correct or wrong? Hello? Have we lost him?
Sorry, I not understood. Can you repeat, please?
I said this is part of the structure we're trying to explain. You know a lady on the internet approached you with the name of Suzanne who's asked for the picture of your daughter some months ago? Hello?
Oh, it was not me. Indeed, I had contact with Suzanne, yeah.
Yes.
But she was, yes.
Were you asked for the picture of your daughter?
I think it was not me. It was not me really. It was someone else. I read this. You're right. But
Yeah.
I had contact also to her. And once she was in Italy, she calls me and say, yeah, I have something here. I spoke to police. We have to bring down. I said, no, I will not definitely act with you. Yeah, until you not have definitely something in the hand which shows that anything is wrong here. Yeah, and I stopped the contact to her at this moment.
Okay, but you know somewhere she's asked for a picture of people's children?
I read it somewhere that somebody wrote this, but I not remember who this was. It was definitely someone from the group.
From your group. Okay, thank
Any
you very
group,
much.
yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Akhavan, can you tell us when is your next workshop?
You mean Amini, yeah? Akhavan, you say every time Akhavan.
I have Mr. Akhavan in
I
back of
think of my ticket seller, he's Akhavan, yeah.
Yeah. No, Mr. Akhavan is with us from United States, usually in the teachings. Can you tell us when is your next teaching?
Yeah, this weekend. Every Friday to Sunday, we have teaching here, and Magrav Marathon Workshop, the 13th one is this weekend, yeah? But
Yeah.
we try now to set up everything with Keshe Foundation and on the calendar so that anybody can see where we move, where we start, where is the next workshop, where is the location.
Do you want to tell us where is your next one that we can start from now?
In Mabush, the next one will stay. The next two Magrav marathon workshops will be in Mabush in Germany. This is a small town near to Düsseldorf, and it's starting Friday 11 o'clock to Sunday. If somebody want to have the 6-day training, we start this as Tuesday normally to Sunday.
From Tuesday to Sunday?
Yeah, for 6 days. The training for teachers. For the workshop, Magrav workshop stays every Friday to Sunday.
So where, for a time being, do they go? They go to German Facebook, German
Keshe Foundation Germany, or they go in Keshe Foundation Germany and they show that they want to come. They click somewhere, or they call me directly or send me email directly. If you want, I can tell my email address and telephone number, or they come directly to Foundation soon. and can book there.
Thank you very much. So we hear more from you. Thank you indeed. Thanks for your work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, everybody, and see you soon.
Welcome to the Keshe Foundation family.
Thank
Thank you indeed. Rick, now we hope that we can go to Ghana because they have a bandwidth problem sometime if they are online. Can we have the Ghana Keshe Foundation?
Okay, Armin wanted to show some pictures. He thought it was urgent that you wanted to see them right away or something there. So that's why I put that up on this.
Just tell him to hold on because Africa
Okay.
has a bandwidth. If they have time, they're allocated time in the university. So in the institute, they have to be there.
Benjamin is online.
Pardon me?
Benjamin is online. I see him.
Okay, Benjamin, would you like to come up, please, and share your knowledge?
Hello. Morning.
Good morning, Benjamin. How are you?
Nice.
We call him. He's become a professor. He teaches in the institute. Professor Benjamin, thank you very much. Would you like to share with us? He's a highly educated man. He's trained on the nuclear side. He understands the technology very well. And he's taken the right position as the head of the Keshe Foundation Ghana and the manufacturing. And we'll see what Ghana has to show us. It's very interesting what you're going to see. This will change and will show a lot of things which has happened in a lot of countries. This is for our Chinese friends. Please listen. You'll learn a lot how to clean up your rivers and benefit by it. Go ahead, please.
I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, beautiful.
Okay, good.
You're becoming more complicated pictures and this is a problem when you become a professor, huh?
Thank you, sir. What is happening is we are working with the water of the guns, and people are beginning to appreciate the use of the water of the guns and also the guns. I don't know whether you know piles. When you visit the private place, some of them have bleeding at their anuses. So there was one guy who actually called me. I don't want to call his name for the sake of privacy. He had a problem for a long time, so he called me and he told me to help him. And I did what do you call it, a cream for him, and he applied. And the next day he calls me and he tells me, when I applied this thing, I felt it in my esophagus. I felt the whole thing. He applied it in the anus, but he felt it in the esophagus area. And he was telling me that for the first time, he slept well. And I said, I'm monitoring him. I'm giving him a week to see how this thing, how it will change his problem. And Nash is on the way coming, and he also was taken down by fever, malaria. So I have to prepare some of the plasma water for him to, take. And then the next day he comes back to work, dressed well, and everybody was looking at him, and they were wondering where he has gone. But I did the water for him, and then he took it home, and then they were struggling actually with the wife himself. They were struggling over the water because they needed it so much, and he will be here in any moment from now to actually help us with the sediment analysis. And as you see on the board, on the image, you can see the title is The Essence of Trace Metals in Our Bodies. And these are metals that are in minute quantity or somehow in milligrams, but our body needs it. So we'll begin to go through some of them and then see how and why we need them. And I think on Tuesday I was sharing with the internship student here, and one of the things that the internship student I told them was that they should not, follow the normal way of accepting things, because at school now you are taught to prescribe medicine instead of, looking out for the root cause. So when I was sharing with them about how Keshe Foundation, help people with their problem, we analyze, for instance, when you bring a problem to Mr. Kesh, what I know is he asks you to go for a lab, check, and then they analyze, find out the what do you call deficiencies in your blood sample or what urine samples or whatever, and by so doing you can balance, you can bring balance back to the body, and we are going to, see further even as I roll the pages. So in essence, metals are needed in the body, and that is it. So as you see in the next slide, this is a human body, and the human body is virtually made up of every element found in nature. So man is actually a little universe in its totality. That is man. So every element, that is needed, that you find it in the heavens or in the universe in its entirety, you can get it in the structure of man. So man is actually a microcosm in the macrocosm. Okay, so you are yourself, the world, everything is inside you, and you can create everything. So as you see, we are a little universe working on the earth. That means when some of this thing goes out of balance, we can experience a lot of problems with our bodies. Okay. The human body is made up of four major constituent parts. Okay. So from Advanced Nutrition and Micronutrients and Metabolism by Caroline D. Bedini, and okay, Leonard Bedana and Zampilini. The body is made up of 60 to 70% of water, and out of it 16% to 20% protein, and then 10% fat, and the rest are minerals. And the minerals or the ash, play a vital role in the health of a person. So if one of these things go out of balance or too much, or so you need balance in our life. You need balance to ensure health. And in so saying, the body can also be seen in various composition. That's the mass composition or the atomic composition, and then the molecular composition or tissue type composition, and the cell type composition. So these are basically, when you take the cell, you can analyze the body part in cells, and then you can also analyze the body part in tissue structure. Okay, so basically these are things that the body goes through, and at the cellular level, that is where these metal traces are needed for the good functioning of the human body. From Open Star College, this is the basic anatomy of man, and it break it down so you can see it about uh, a good. Okay, let me chip this in. A good oxygenated body is a very healthy one. Okay, so for instance, if you go to the seashore, those who like going there early in the morning, that was something that I was doing when I was here some time ago as a student. When I live close to the beach, sometimes I'll go there early in the morning, not just to do anything, just to lie down and to get a fresh breeze, because you can get good fresh breeze that help to rejuvenate your body. Okay, so 65% of the body is made up of oxygen, and then 18% carbon, 10% hydrogen, and then 3% nitrogen. This is what is normally Mr. Kesh referred to Mr. Cohen as the amino acid structure. Okay, so you can see them in their percentage, quantities. And as you see below, you can see that there are trace elements like boron, chromium, cobalt, copper, fluorine, iodine, iron, magnesium, manganese, morbidium, selenium, silicon, vanadium, vanadium, and then zinc. So I will, as we go on, I will be taking them one after the other, because in the analysis which Nash did, we found out that some of the sediments and some of them were actually removed, some of them was improved upon. So he'll come here and share with us, some of these things. He's on the way coming. So what is a meta now? A meta, astronomically by definition, is any element other than hydrogen or helium. Hydrogen and helium make up roughly about 74% and 24% of all bionic matter in the universe. Okay, the Milky Way galaxy disk is composed only 2% of matter. Okay, of heavy metals. So, in the nutshell, it's in minute quantities, but it plays significant role. And without it, we cannot achieve harmony and balance in our bodies. Okay, as the universe also needs some of these things. History of metals. Metals have been used by human beings over 6,000 since this before Christ. Gold and copper were the first to be discovered, and in Africa here we have a lot of this what do you call it, gold and copper. The primitive man started using stones, as cutting tool vis-a-vis weapon. When he found that he can use the stone as a knife, he started using it also to defend himself. And then he went further by using the metals as weapons. So you have swords and all that, and the next thing, somebody said, the next thing that you have to do is, after getting all that you want to get, out of insecurity, man think he need to defend himself, because he has become selfish. He doesn't want to share with the neighbor what he has. So as a matter of fact, man need these things to defend himself. So through our evolution of metals, we also started using metals, for ornament, for beauty, and for the general well-being. The general well-being it means that we started eating these metals, and the wealthy folks in some part of the world, predominantly in Asia, eat gold. Literally, they eat it. For instance, in Abu Dhabi and in Japan, gold is eaten. The gold powder, they buy it and then they eat it. I don't know what they get out of it, but I know gold is good. And if you can get colloids from gold, it helps the well-being, the overall well-being of the human being. So people literally ingest gold, and you can search for that on the internet and read more material for yourself, that in Abu Dhabi and in Japan, gold is ingested. Why do we need minerals in our body? The body needs mineral for the proper functioning of the human body. These include the proper formation of blood, bones, teeth, and the physiochemical processes. The physiological processes that the body need to organize and maintain water balance in the body. Okay, so these are the things that the mineral the body requires, so that it will ensure a healthy balance in the body. Now, the right dosage or balance required or needed for the proper functioning of the body can be categorized as macro elements and then micro element. Macro in the sense that it is greater than 1 gram, okay, and then micro in the sense that it is less than 1 gram. So this minute, that is what it is known in the nutrition science as trace elements or trace metals. Okay, so you need this thing in your body to help it run. If you take more of it, then you get what do you call it, problem in your body. If it is less also, so there is a need to ensure balance, and that's why you have to balance your way of eating. But when you are in the field, a Magrav field, you are living in a Magrav environment, your body takes what it needs and rejects, what it does not, need, Minerals are normally found. These trace minerals or metals are normally found in food or in the water that we consume. For example, food like wheat, maize, vegetable food, seafood, meat, oil, help us, to get some of these minerals in our bodies to ensure the proper functioning of the body. This is a theory by one doctor called Dr. Schussler. Dr. Schussler is a German physicist, and he was a homeopathic doctor, and he found out that there are 12 essential inorganic minerals that the body needs to act optimally. That, welcome, Mr. Nash. So every day, according to Dr. Schussler, any deficiency in this inorganic compound could create disease and dysfunctioning anywhere in the body. And it has been proven by medics all over the world that, it's only that sometimes they don't want to tell you the truth, and they want to make money by selling, tablets to you. But some tablets, so if, for instance, you have a headache, they don't actually trace the root cause of the headache. They said, okay, when did they start? Okay, take 2 paracetamol, take 4 paracetamol, or take 3 codeine or whatever. Medicine is available in your country, and the, what do you call it? Give it to the patient for the patient to, take. So in restoring the body to its proper state, it is easy if you know the root cause. As such, inorganic salt in its deficiency can be identified by symptoms or their presence or absence in the human body. So if you research on useless salt, you will find a lot. But the GANS does a lot of good work, and Mr. Nash will tell you a lot of that, about that. For instance, I gave it to I made a GANS water, for a plasma water, for someone to drink, and he came telling me that he, expelled a lot of flames out of his body, and that is a sign of, expelling actually things that the body has accumulated as flames, which is creating problem in the body. And after some time, this person tells me that I feel very vigorous or very well, after taking that. So when you lack balance in your structure, mineral balance or metal balance in your structure, you will begin to experience deficiency or one way or the other in your body, and this result in a diseased body or sickness. So the presence of disease is therefore deficiency or excess of this mineral in the body. So no balance means no harmony, and no harmony, you call it sickness, but we call it, deficiency. So like I said earlier, Mr. Kesh will always ask you to go and do a check, and then a test, and then bring the results. And we are not looking for whether you have this or that. We are looking to ensure proper harmony. We want to bring you back to your normal state of health. That is it. So apart from the organic bound element like hydrogen, as you have seen earlier, there are other inorganic compounds, about 20 or so inorganic elements, which is essential for the functioning of the human body, as you saw below when I showed you the image, and this you already have shown you already, so there's no need to talk about it. Macro element which the body needs in the excess of 1 gram can be further grouped into 2 categories, okay? Namely, principally anions and principal cations. Okay, so you see calcium, magnesium, and sodium and potassium fall under the principal cations, and then the principal anions are phosphorus, chlorine, and then sulfur. So in in a nutshell, we can see the human body as a cell, okay, as a battery, a small battery. So that is why when somebody is out of state of health, we say we are checking whether the body is acidic or is alkaline. If you are too alkaline to is not all the best. You feel sometimes you feel uncomfortable, but if you are in a state of balance, okay, so the body is essentially a battery. And that reminds me, when I was in school, I will be reading Jerry Tennant's book on the voltage is healing. And Jerry Tennant is one of also a pioneer in the field of homeopathic medicine. And I used to hide this book behind, sit behind the class, and I'll be reading it while the lecture goes on, because I wanted to know more. And what he was saying was so fantastic. So I started experimenting some of the things on myself. Like, you take voltmeter, you put it in a potato, and you check the pH level of, the voltage that you get. And the voltage that you get can be, he has a chart on a logarithmic scale. You can know whether the food you are taking in can be of good, benefit to your body or not, because the food that we eat, as we saw earlier, end up creating a problem or not in our body. So I'll be taking this principal cations and principal anions one by one, and we'll examine them, how they affect our body using the periodic table. Some of the what do you call it, the fact that the periodic table, we know the periodic table has, for us. So as you see, some of you know some of these things already. So we have transition metals and alkaline and alkali and all that. Okay, I'll not bore you with this. So our first element that we're going to consider is calcium. Calcium is responsible for the healthy formation of bones and the growth of nerve cells. So if a child is born and this child is even doesn't have too much of calcium in the body, the child can develop what we call rickets, the bow-legged, shape, and it can be reversed, And as you can see, calcium is element number 20 if you want to search for that element number 20, and it had an atomic weight of 40, so that is calcium for you, in the scheme of the health for the body. Then we go on to magnesium. Magnesium plays an essential role which is needed for the formation of healthy bone structure. Okay, so its deficiency leads to muscle spasm, which culminating also in calcium deficiency. So the effect of magnesium, can lead to deficiency in calcium. That means there's an imbalance somewhere, and the imbalance end up relying on the calcium in the body, which depletes, and then it becomes a problem also for you. So you need this what do you call it, macro elements in the form of magnesium in the body. Sodium, that's salt, normal salt. Okay. Human body behave as a cell, like I've told you earlier. It behave as a small cell. Sodium is needed for the proper formation of the electrolytic structure of the blood. So if you have a meter or a voltmeter, when you put this voltmeter on your body, you can and put it at the 20 millivolt range. You can see that it's really dependent upon your what do you call it, body structure. Okay, so the health of your body, and sodium is needed
Still there?
Hello?
Oh, is Ghana still there?
Gone?
Pardon?
Benjamin's still on here. Hello, Benjamin.
Benjamin lost sound. Have we lost Benjamin?
He's still on the shows in the chat here. Oops.
Yeah,
Muted.
that's why we had to go to Ghana. They have a specific time allocation for the energy.
Benjamin, are you there?
So I lost you. I'm back. I'm back.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. So that is where we were before we went off. Okay. So salt is also needed, to ensure the proper balance in the body, the sodium in the body. So on the on the table of elements is 11, and the weight is 22.99. Okay. And now we have potassium. The next on the table on the macro element is potassium. Potassium is also needed for the formation of electrolytic structure. So it adds up with the salt, to create a good electrolytic structure for the blood so that your body can function well like a cell. So you see, when you have a cell and you lose some of the content of the cell, you see that it becomes weak, and um, too little potassium in the body, or when it falls under certain levels, you begin to experience imbalance in your body, and you call it, sickness. So on the table of elements, it's number 13, and it has an atomic weight of 39.098. And the next element is phosphorus. Phosphorus is needed for the proper structuring of the bones and teeth. Okay, so it can lead to a lot of problems with somebody's teeth or the bone, like I said earlier, rickets. So it is not all hard and fast rule that calcium is playing. You have to look at it well. That is why Mr. Kesh will always ask you for, what do you call it, the uh, analysis of the vitamins or the minerals in your body, so that we can ensure we can input what is lacking. Like if I did control systems, so you can do a feed. Oh, you, hello, please, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you can do a feed forward. You can do a feed forward thing so that your body, is brought back into proper balance. The next on the element is chlorine. So chlorine is also needed. Sorry, I have put phosphorus here because I was, chlorine is also needed for proper intercellular and extracellular functioning of the body fluid, as well as maintaining osmotic and proper pH balance. Phosphorus plays a vital role in this effect, and it is number 17 on the periodic table, and it have a weight of 35.4527. The next one on the microelement scale is sulfur. Sulfur is also essential, and it plays several key roles in amino acids and vitamin formation. Sulfur is also responsible for the detoxification of aromatic compound within the body. So if you are not properly detoxify, you have toxins in your body, and toxins end up making you sick, and microorganisms thrive well in your body. So you can have a lot of worms in your body, and worms is also another issue. I don't want to go there, because some people some time ago in the 1960s or so did a lot of research on worms, and they hid it, and once you get to understand the structure of the worms, you see that worms can even affect, your It's worms are only not found in your stomach, but they run through your blood system. Like Mr. Kesh always says, the blood is your gutter system or your sewage system. Okay, so if the blood is dirty, then these little things can run through your blood. And some of the people who have asthma, some of the things that come out when you have asthma, sometimes what tissues have been analyzed, tissue like in the form of saliva that have been analyzed, shows that it's a thick, like you have a phlegm in your mouth, is thick, and you will see that it's not what do you call it, only a phlegm, but it look like tissue. And some people are coming out to say that these are actually worms that have been, decomposed in your body. And when it is so decomposed, it end up coming out of your mouth, and you see it so thickened. So worms are actually a problem in the body, and when you get to understand some of these things, some of them can really create a lot of problems. Okay, micro elements. The next one, as you saw, there were micro elements and micro elements. Micro elements also are things that the body require below 1 gram. Okay, so we can see it in the form of iron, zinc, manganese, copper, iodine, cobalt, nickel, fluorine, vanadium, chromium, molybdenum, and then tin, and then silicon. Okay, so these are things that the body actually, what do you call it, require. And when we look at iron, it is number 26 on the periodic table, and it has an atomic weight of 55.854. So iron as a mineral is essential component for the respiratory pigment, and it is the basis of blood in our body. Okay, so it is essential for oxygen and electron transport within our body. So if you lack iron, you become so anemic. Anemic means your body becomes so, you are eating, but because of lack of ions, your body becomes so anemic. You can eat everything that you want to eat, and this person is seen, so anemic. Zinc. Zinc plays an essential role in the healing of wounds. That is what I have used to, heal a lot of people here. Zinc also. When you place a zinc, oxide, zinc oxide, and then the uh, copper oxide sandwich, you can, heal the body very effectively. And it also have about 80 metalloenzymes, and these play an important role in reproductive health. If you know what Mr. Kesh shared on us with what do you call it, this Viagra. Uh, so this zinc can also help in the reproductive cycle, and for men who want to, go extra mile, if you know what to do, you can, create this pleasure in your body. And uh, okay, we also have what do you call it, zinc in active synthesis and metabolism of nucleic acid, that is RNA and DNA proteins. On the atomic scale, the next one is number 25, and it's manganese, and it has atomic weight of 54.93. Manganese is a co-factor or component of several important enzyme formation. Okay, so manganese is essential also. It plays a vital role in the structure of the bone and regeneration of red blood cells, and carbohydrate metabolism and reproductive cycle also. So you need a little bit of each and every one as you add it to the other one. And this one you can find a lot of them in the watermelon. And watermelon is very good for increasing for the reproductive health of men and women as well. Okay. And then we go on to the next element, that is copper, which is if you are learning plasma technology, you will have come into contact with copper, and you would have known what by now copper is capable of doing. And in the ancient days or in the ancient times, our forefathers used to have cooking utensils which are made up of copper, and it helped them live long. And in Ayurvedic medicine, it's one of the essential uh, metals that are used in serving. So if somebody have problem with the stomach, water can be put in a copper cup which is made out of copper, and allow it to sit for the next day. And once this person drinks, it helps in bringing relief to the person. So the body need copper for the pigment formation of melanin, and consequently skin pigmentation, for the formation of bones. That is why when we look at copper oxide, we say copper oxide is too physical. Okay, so when you are explaining to people why it's so physical, it's so physical because it's everything that has to do with bone, connective joint, and maintaining the integrity of the myelin sheath of the nerve fiber. Copper always play an active role in the metabolism of iron, so they work hand in hand, and with the formation of blood and reproduction of these red blood cells and need maintenance. Cobalt. Cobalt is number 27 on the periodic table and 58.93. Cobalt is very important compound of the cyanocobalamin, that is vitamin B12, and such is essential for red blood cells formation and the maintenance of nerve tissue in the body. Okay, so you need cobalt, to help you develop better red blood cells. And iodine, which is also number 53 on the periodic table, has a very high atomic weight, and that is why you need it in minute trace. And if you put a lot of it in your, what do you call it? You can cobalt rather. If you put a lot of cobalt in you have a lot of it, you can have a cardiac arrest, and that's heart failure, and you will die. Or you will, I wouldn't say die. Nothing dies. You will what do you call it? You go out of this, Hello? Hello?
Hello. Yes, we're still here.
Okay.
We're wondering if there's more, how many more elements are going to be gone through here.
Okay, I think there are not so much. I'll run through this. Iodine is also a key component in the thyroid hormones. Okay, so the next one is nickel. Nickel is 28 on the periodic table, and it's also responsible for assisting and absorbing iron when it's needed in the body. And manganese also in minute place is responsible for a good skeletal structure. Okay, vanadium is responsible for controlling sodium and the metabolic functioning of glucose and lipids. That's amino acid in one of the amino acids. Also, it assists in the reproduction of red blood cells. Chromium is also in its trace quantity ensure effective glucose balance. Okay, and also for maintaining and ensuring balanced insulin level. So people with diabetic, can look in that direction. Molybdenum helps in breaking down toxic buildup due to sulfate. It also assists the body in reproducing of uric acid. Okay, selenium fight against infections. Okay, so I will run through quickly, and the NASH is here. Uh, uh, I'm on the segment analysis now. So as you see, whatever we take in as food end up, goes with water in our body, like I showed you earlier, that the human body look like a small, universe. And in the universe, there are rivers that run. So as you are eating, these particles, you drink water, which, runs through your body system, and this end up, creating sediment, which particulate matter can be transmitted by fluid flow, which is eventually deposited as solid particles in the bed or bottom of the body, and these things sit in your body. When it becomes sediment, it sits in your, what do you call it, intestines. Okay, so we have here the sediment analysis of River Brim, and Nash is here to, what do you call it, do the sediment analysis. He's here. Mr. Kesh, he doesn't want to.
Yes, thank you very much, Benjamin.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. For
Okay,
those,
he said he want me to continue. I don't know why.
yeah,
He want me to continue with the analysis. Okay, so
can you hear me, Benjamin?
yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much for the
I can
presentation.
hear you.
You can. Thank you very much. It was a very nice presentation. For those of you who listen to this, now you understand what is about to come. The elements which were stated up to now, it's what we need for our life. We take most of these, or our ancestors, or most of us nowadays, take it from the rivers. We take it from the water, drinking waters. And in the process, we have seen changes in human habits, which has increased some of these elements in the water and reduced some. The new technology, the new plasma technology, is to show how we can bring balance or reduce it. When this is shown completed, then I will explain to you how significant these sediments are, and in respect to our work in the Keshe Foundation, is used scientifically in the background. I see you've done a brim. I have the analysis from another river, which has been sent to me. Then we compare, we explain, and then we build on it. This is very important. On the other hand, for governments, for scientists from the Chinese authorities, governments who are sitting around or listen to this, this is important for you as you have contaminated rivers and waters, and how simply this can be done. We're literally at no cost. In Africa, the same. These analyses have a huge implication and application in water dissemination. At the moment, it costs millions and millions of dollars. A lot of nations cannot afford it. We've seen it in United Arab Emirates. It costs millions. They are a rich nation. They can afford supporting it. African nation, third world nations cannot. Now, with the introduction of a simple GANs, we see the changes. We see how big the difference is. In some cases, this is done in a control amount. If we produce and introduce higher quantity, then we see total eradication. But you have to understand, we don't want to eliminate everything. We want to reduce it to a level which is the body acceptable. That's why when, for example, you see iron here from 75 to 27, that's good. This is what we need. We need to be in a position that we can use it, but this still is enough that our body does not become, or we should become short of it. If we need to eliminate it totally, we've seen we can add certain more, or second cycle, we can wipe it out. Dr. Ash, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning, Dr.
Good morning,
Kesh, and
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, even
your group.
having a malaria attack. Yes.
Sorry, I've not been well since last week, but that's great. I'm getting better now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, with the sediment analysis, as we can see on the screen, for iron, we started with a control, which is in the third column. For iron, it's 75.849 milligrams per kilogram. And after treatment with nano copper wire,
Can
slightly
you,
reduced.
excuse me, Dr. Nash, can you tell us, did you use GaNs or did you just use copper wire which is nano-coated in this process?
We use the copper wire with nano coats.
You just put
And
the
then
copper wire in the water.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes,
carry
please.
on, please. Yeah?
So for iron, you realize that the one treated with the nano copper wire was a slight change reduction in it from 75.34. But with the copper oxide, it reduced drastically from 27.481. Then for manganese, we started with the control from 79.724, and then after the treatment with nano copper wire, it dropped to 42.429. But with the copper oxide treatment, it further dropped to 19.260. Then
Yeah,
for copper
there's a
itself,
problem with the copper. Has the copper gone up or is it the
yeah,
right?
with the
In,
copper, it's gone up. It's gone up from 37.273 to 167.103 because we are using copper. Then with the
yes.
oxide in the oxide form too, it also come up to 67.633. Because of the copper, we are not surprised with the results that we get. We expected them to be so. Then for lead control, it was less than it was below the detection limit, which is 0.001. With the copper wire, nano copper wire treatment, it's also below the detection limit, which is 0.001. But with the copper oxide treatment, we created 2.085. That's for the lead. Then when you come to nickel, the control from 165.613 dropped to 141.749. Then with the copper oxide, it further came down to 37, which is quite significant, 37.560. And for cadmium, it is below the detection limit throughout for both control, the nano copper wire, and then the copper oxide. Then for cobalt, cobalt too is below the detection limit for the three. Arsenic, that's by hydride generation system. It's the control is 0.493. But with the nano copper treatment, wire treatment, it wiped everything off below the detection limit, and so it is with the copper oxide. Then mercury, the control started with 0.904. With the nano copper treatment, it came below detection limit, as well as the copper oxide, which is also below detection limit. That's less than 0.001.
Can I ask a question here? The
Yes, sir.
nano-coated wire is number 2, and the copper
Yes, number
oxide
2
GaNs is number 1.
is number
One.
1. Yes, please.
Why do we see increase in lead in the copper oxide? Is there an explanation for that?
Yes. Looks like we are creating something new.
You have entered the
for the
figures
lead.
the other way around, am I correct?
Yes, please. Yes.
So the result was 2.805 in the control, and you have less than detectable now. Am I correct?
Yes, please. That's true.
What is interesting is the increase in the copper. because you introduce the copper into it.
You use the copper,
So
yeah.
putting a copper oxide and copper nanowire aside, more or less all the elements are reduced. But if you use a plasma of the copper, you don't need the copper, just water of the copper, I think you should eliminate that too.
All right. All right.
Thank you very much. You have data from River Bree, if I remember correct, because I have a copy of it.
Yeah.
Do you have that with you?
No, I don't have that with me now.
Hello?
I don't have that with you. I don't have that with me now, but I can get it for you, sir.
No problem. If you can show it, it'll be nice. Okay, Dr. Nash, what is your conclusion? What's your analysis as a scientist? Hello?
Yeah, there's another segment treatment. Hello, sir. There's another segment treatment on for river offing. For river offing,
Yes.
which the river offing, yes, the control or the raw sample is number one, and then the treated offing is number two. For iron, with the raw, it's 12,640.80. That's
Can I
the
ask
raw.
you,
And
what
after,
did you use? Did you use a copper wire or did you use copper oxide for this one, Dr. Nash?
is the copper oxide that we used. We used copper oxide for this.
Copper oxide.
So
Yeah, okay.
from 12,000, it's reduced to 78.19. That's for the iron. Then for manganese, it's the untreated is 401.40. After treatment, it dropped to 33.884. Then with copper, it's 400.80. After treatment, it dropped to 199.329. For lead, they are both less than 0.001. Then we came to nickel. Nickel before treatment was 2,943.60. After treatment, it dropped to 168.05. Then we came to cadmium. It's below detection limit for both treated and untreated. Then cobalt also below detection limit for both the untreated and then the treated. Then arsenic too, the same. They were all below detection limit. But mercury, the untreated is 1.800. After the treatment, it came below detection limits. That's for the river offing sediment analysis.
Thank you very much. What is your conclusion in this research?
Yeah, the conclusion drawn here is the treatment was superb. The drop is so significant, as you can see from the table, especially for iron, it's 12,000. It dropped down to 78.198. So in all the trends, we could see that the treatment is so significant. And the coming out after iron is nickel. From 2,943, it dropped to 168.053. So we see clearly the efficiency of the treatment using the copper oxide as our tests. And the third page, that's the fish tank analysis, which Benjamin will handle.
I'll just give you information and give it back to you, Mr. K. The green tank is actually the control tank, and then the yellow one is the treated, uh, tank. So this is what we collect after every week. We draw the water out, and then there is a place where the water is recycled. There's a cutting between the layers. I normally collect this thing and then wash it, and the wash water, the sediment from this wash water is what I normally take it to the lab for, what do you call it, analysis. So this is just a sample of it's the analysis which was done by Nash.
Yeah, so as Benjamin said, the green tank is the control, and then the yellow tank is the treated. So for iron, you see that we have created in the yellow tank, the control is 83.055. Then after the treatment, it shot up to 117.155. And for manganese, the control was 152.44. After treatment, which is the yellow tank, it dropped significantly to 15.882. Then for copper, the control was 61.111. We created it, which we know we were expecting. It shot up to 130.148. For lead, it was 34.771. And in the yellow tank after treatment, it dropped to 28.015. Nickel was 279.997 for the control, and after treatment, it also dropped to 707.212. Cadmium and cobalt were all below detection limit. And arsenic for the control was 0.666. After treatment, it dropped quite a bit to 0.441. Arsenic, a higher mercury bihydride was also below detection limit. So that's.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, sir.
Dr. Nash, in the
Yes, sir.
waters, in the rivers, because what is interesting, especially we know from the past that there is a gold mining and, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. What it is you do, there is a lot of gold mining and what do you call it, exploring for diamonds and that kind of thing in this rivers, as it was explained to us by Benjamin when we started this process. Have you evaluated if any of the metals are at the bottom, like gold, silver, connected, or you never measured this?
Yeah, not for now. Not for now, but if you want us to,
please, because it's important.
Level,
if we could have data for gold and silver and other minerals, because then in the future, when we get the results from you, I explain why we're looking for this. Because it's important. There is data here which we will use in the coming days in our development and teaching with the government. You have given us a fantastic, if you go back on the river the first river or the second river. Can you go back to the pages?
Often.
Yeah, go to often. It's no problem. Can you go back to? Yeah. Go back one more step before often, please. The first river.
The brim. Yeah.
The brim. Can you go back? That's the brim.
The brim.
Okay. What
Yeah.
is interesting, what we see here, the reduction in mercury.
Yeah.
We see reduction in arsenic. We see reduction in most of the elements. Mercury is one of the biggest problem.
Yeah.
In the Western world, because mercury is used in most of the dental fillings, or used to use. Still some use it in some countries. And this shows if you use the gas water of the copper oxide, or to start with the CO2, you reduce the amount of mercury poisoning in the body of the man. This is extremely important. So it has a lot of application. We discuss it with others. When you look at the arsenic, the drop of arsenic from 0.4 to undetectable, it has another implication in the world of the science of the medicine. It is fantastic what you share with us. Thank you very much. Is there anything you want to add to this, Dr. Nash?
For now, it's okay. We'll continue with what we are doing. We are doing something at the background. In the good course of time, we'll also share with you what we are doing in some other areas that Mr. Keshe have, told me to, go on to do so. We are working on it, and once we get the results, we will share with the world what we are
Thank you very
doing
much.
here.
How is your agriculture development going?
Okay, yesterday we bought about 50 universal containers for the treatment. We have a lot of seed we are going to treat, and so we are going to treat the seed. We have received the container, so we'll start treating it, and we'll also share with the world on that vein. And we'll be sharing with you step by step as we go, and publish the results as well. So thank you.
So, Benjamin, it's important that with your agriculture side, you join us on the agriculture teaching on Wednesday mornings. And with your doctors, do you have any pictures of your teaching a couple of days ago to the what I call pre-doctors, which you sent us?
I sent it to Rick.
Rick,
I sent it to Rick. These are students from the various universities. They are on internship. So we gathered them. For some from University of Ghana, some from University of Development Studies, some from University of Ghana, some from Cape Coast, some from Valley View University, some from the polytechnics. In all about 30 plus students. They were all itching to know what I'm doing,
Rick, do you have
because they all hear what I'm doing. So they wanted to know what I'm doing. So
Yeah, I'm trying to just trying to find them here now. I'm just trying to get rid of this noise here that's happening as well.
It's in the bottom. We want to mute you too.
Flint, your microphone's open.
Okay. Benjamin, we're trying to. Somebody's microphone is open in the background. Can you?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find here.
You say I should stop sharing now?
Pardon?
Okay, I stop sharing so he can share his screen.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Benjamin. You're doing a great work in Africa. What is the position with our conference? What have you achieved? Hello?
With the I'm still
Hello?
trying to find the pictures. Benjamin, how did you send me those pictures? I'm just trying to find them here.
I sent it via the Zoom page. It's on your Zoom.
What is the position with the conference in Ghana, Benjamin?
Okay, so yesterday we were able to get to the hotel where we are going to do this to actually finalize some of fine-tune some of the things that we want from them, and I have printed them. So tonight, okay, maybe after this conference I will send them to you, because yesterday I received it late in the night and I couldn't, so I will send them to you, and you will see what can be added to it and what can be taken out of it. But in the nutshell, I think we have done something good, which you like. And a committee has been formed here to Dr. Rana is part of it, and I have two other people. One guy, Manuel.
Do you have a problem with sound with Ghana?
From the space science here to join Dr. Nana, so we can program to ensure that everything goes well. So that is it.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed, for the work you're doing.
Bless
Hey,
you.
have you found the pictures yet, Rick?
No, I'm having issues with that. I can't access the Zoom at the same time as being in Zoom here.
Let me see, Rick.
You have it on your computer?
Yeah, maybe you can just show it directly.
You can't go back on Zoom while you're already on Zoom. This is the problem with it. Just stay there. Let's see if
I
you
have
have.
them somewhere else, but I can't.
Yeah.
Rick.
Uh-huh. Yes?
It's in your Zoom.
Yes, but he can't open his Zoom because it's all.
I'm hosting the workshop, so I can't just leave the workshop and go back into the Zoom. I can't find them in
Okay, no problem. We'll show this later on in next teaching.
I should have downloaded them and set them up.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you see it?
Pardon?
Can you see the picture?
No, we see your screen, your desktop.
You're sharing your desktop. Go away.
Remove it.
Put the picture on first.
Yeah.
Open the picture.
And then
share it.
Yeah. Okay.
Just share the window rather than your screen.
Okay. Share. Download this picture.
Who's there? Benjamin, can you get it and share it?
Yeah, I've gotten it. I want to share it now. So I will share the screen. Where did I put it? Zoom presentation.
Is that sharing? Benjamin,
yes, sir.
Have you found it?
Yeah, I have found it. So I will share it with you.
I've actually found them as well here. So
okay. So you can share your.
Okay, let me do it here.
Okay.
I'll just take it from the top. Reduce it a bit and screen share. Okay.
Yes.
Group there.
Yeah. So these are the students that I shared the technology with on Tuesday. There were about 30 in all from the various universities in Ghana, and as you can see, all of them are happy to know about the technology, and we were actually using the conference room of the chemistry lab, and they also needed the place. So I have to go through the slide very fast, and they were not happy. Some of them,
who are the students? These are all medical students.
no, they are not medical. They are biochemistry, applied chemistry. Some are, what do you call it? Agriculturists, health scientists, all of them. You know,
All
so they are from different backgrounds. So I shared it in such a way that everybody can get a little bit of, you know, the technology. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you indeed, Benjamin. Hopefully we hear from you on Wednesdays with agriculture.
What they are looking forward now, the man, okay, that was the topic we shared, influencing a better tomorrow using plasma technology. So that is what we shared on that day. That was on Tuesday. So this was the topic I shared with them, and it cut across all the things that we are into, right from transportation to agriculture to health. So I even ventured into the area of forensics, where you use nanotechnology to track thief and to also prevent that, you know. So I shared it with them, and some of them were so happy. You know, they have not heard it before, and they were so fascinated about the flight system. As I shared and made explained to them how it worked, they were so fascinated. But it was time that, you know, was not on our side, so they are itching that I come back again. And the man in the orange shirt at the backside, he is in charge of them. He said, you need to organize this again. Even you don't need to use new slide, we need this one, the same slides, you know, because you are running too fast. You have so much information to share with us, so please come again. So I said, okay, I'll see to it and then organize that again. So that was
Thank you
what
very
we
much.
were able to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Thank you for sharing. Hopefully we learn more from you. Do you see Paul in the background on the Zoom or on the live stream?
Yes, he is.
Pardon?
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, I am here.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
Oh, Paul.
Fine, fine. How are you?
Paul, not too bad. Paul, would you like to share your knowledge with us? Benjamin, you have to stop sharing. Paul from Togo.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We meet both of you hopefully in October in Ghana. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paul from Togo is invited to attend the conference of the Keshe Foundation in Ghana for October. He brought a new
They are
insight.
demanding the room, so I have to sign off
Thank you very
now.
much.
Thank you. Bye.
See you. Paul, are you there?
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, I am here.
Okay.
So, good morning.
Let me explain. A lot of people were not present on the Tuesday when you shared knowledge with us. He has brought a new insight into Keshe Foundation technology in a different way, where the Africans, ancestors of ours, used to use and understood the technology in a different way. And now he's bringing it to us in a way we can understand. Paul, take away, and if you want to share with us your screen like last time, show us, please.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Rick have my presentation. I think it should be better to share from his side, and I will make comments.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Rick, would you like to make the presentation? Put the presentation
Yes,
on,
we've got that ready to go here. Okay.
Go quiet and we listen till you finish, please.
No, this is not. This is the old one.
Okay.
The new one is yellow.
Do you know what date it was you sent it to me? Because I have at least a dozen or more emails from you. Did you send it to me on my email?
Please?
Did you send it to me on my email?
Yeah.
And was it in the last
Okay,
day or
is
two?
I can share. I can share it from my side. Can I go?
Okay, sure. That'd be best.
Okay, stop sharing and I will share it from my side.
Okay, there you go. So go ahead and share your screen then.
Is coming there?
Says it's starting. Okay, yeah, we see the screen there. You might want to enlarge the picture part, perhaps. We see.
Maybe you go to presentation mode. Or
Right.
Press the
Presentation.
F5 key.
if you press
Okay.
F5, or you
Stanley also have it.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah, you can share it.
I think I have it, but I have to get it here.
Okay, I stop sharing and Stanley can share it. Okay. Can I go now, Mr. Keshe?
Okay, well, you should be able to go ahead there, I think. Is that what we want to see? That looks good, right?
Is it okay?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's okay. So,
okay.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everyone. This is Paul from Togo. We are very happy to be with you today and share again with you the humanity properties that we get on our position. To be done, we will share with you about another way to make guns with the mind. We will also expose to Mr. Keshe and the Keshe community the different variables we have used to help human beings to achieve their self by putting away the cancer. So, on our presentation, we will offer you another way to make guns with the mind. We will also expose cancer medicine with chicken fat, sheep fat, porcine fat, and beef fats. And we like to get Mr. Keshe approbation and expertise about that. So now I have Mr. Keshe asked me to make presentation to let people know how they can make guns with the mind. So that's why we make title Guns Production Another Way. Next step, please.
Okay.
here I just make summary about our education background, and this education background is not include scholarship background inside. Just what I have got from my father, just what we have got from our communities. And on our communities, we have some program like education. Every person must get. On this, we have one section. On this section, we have education on human body and human essence. On there, we have learned theoretically and practically how the body of the man have been done and how we can manipulate this body. And after this, we started we started learning this just like 3 years after born. So 3 years we start this. After this, we have learned knowledge about the creator. So they offer us how creator was, how he is creating everything. After we get in our education knowledge on different creatures. On there, they learn us how to live with different creatures, how to understand them, how we interact with them, and how to manage with them. After we get knowledge on different energy, which components they think in the universe. And there, for my culture, they have show us that the energy is equal to the matter. On that, they show us if you want to get to the matter, you have to get to the totality of the energy at the background. So it means that if you want to get to the matter, you have to learn in the background how to manipulate the field of plasma, the field of energy, to be able to combine the different fields to get the matter that you have. For them, they show us that energy is equal to the matter. So if you want to get the matter, you have learned about the energy of these specific matters. If you want to get the energy of this matter, you have to learn how to convert. So they learn us, they show us how to convert energy to the matter or matter to energy. So it is in two ways. Next step, please. Next step.
Is it okay?
Yeah. So after we get knowledge about manipulation and transfer energy from anything in the universe to another, before we have learned how, for example, to use plants, stone, everything who is created in the universe to do something else. And after, from there, I have learned about more than 300 plants, what they can do, what we can do with them. So on that state, we are playing with the plants to make treatment, to do another thing with this. Was using the energy for different creature to get or to play with this. And here specifically, knowledge about manipulation and transfer energy from anything in the universe to another thing, we have studied specifically the total energy of if, air, water, and fire. what we have learned there, they show us that the plant is using energy from environment. The plant or other creation is using energy to become what they want to become. And we are using this plant or other creature to get what we want. Now, they tell us that we must let the plant there, we must let stone there, we must let other creatures there, and then start now move the energy, for example, from the if to get what we want without touch the plants or other creatures. We learn how to move the total energy of the air to get what we want without touch some creature who is making or who is using air. We have used or you have learned how to move the energy of water to get what we want, also from the fire. So from this, we have make specifically, we have learned how, for example, to use energy of the if to make treatment. So you just, if somebody is sick, we can, for example, make diagnostic on our traditional way. And if you get the problems, you can move energy from the earth or air or water or fire and transfer it in the body of the man. And at this level, the person will get the totality of energy and will become stronger than ever. So we learn how to manipulate energy like Mr. Keshe is showing us to be able to get if everything what we want. So from there also the learners, for example, how to move any matter from any mass with the mind. They learn us how to block any matter from any thorns who is coming against you. So we learn plenty things inside of this. And after we get knowledge about how to use your own energy, yeah, to block an anti-force against you. So we have learned how to break the iron.
Paul, are you there?
Yeah. Hello. Oh, you seem to have lost Paul.
He broke, but probably he will come back.
Paul, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
My connection has gone, yeah.
Okay.
So we have learned how, for example, to break iron stone with the mind. We have learned how to break or to destroy or to build anything with the mind. So on our education programs that we have get, the knowledge was concentrated on using the mind to make anything you want. Let's go at the next step. So, according to all the background we have, I make one question here. Why should we think about another option to get the guns? And you was saying that impossibility to get the material from Africa side and the possibility to extend the knowledge to let people enter in another dimension. So this was why we are exposing this knowledge. And how I have product the gowns without nano-coated. So first I say I have used the method of transfer the energy. Cook the thing in the universe with the mind and the motion of the flow of the energy from the if and from the sun. So first, what we have done, we have learned in our education programs how to move, for example, the energy from the sun to any place in the universe. So in the first time, we have used this technique to move energy from the sun and to move energy from the center of the earth, because we have learned that we have some energy in center of the earth. So we have first moved these two energy. As you will see why we have used this technique. Let's go at the next step. So we move this energy first to help to be connected at the universe and to be able to operate like the creators, the creator. That's why we was, or they request us to be every time in harmony with the universe, to be harmony with the biggest energy who is in the universe, who is coming from the sun and the center of the earth. To make the gowns without with the mind, this is the process I am going to show. You have first to find the stable environment. This is the first step you have to make. If you find the stable environment, the second thing you have to do is to sit down comfortably. And when you finish these two processes, the third one is to unify your body, soul, and spirit. This is very, very important. Without this parameter, all what you have exposed to is not possible. You have first to unite your body, soul, and spirit to be able to be one, to connect with the universe, to operate. The first step now, if your body, soul, and spirit is unite, now you connect yourself at the universe. And when you connect yourself at the universe, so you can now operate like the creator. So when you connect yourself to the universe, you use your mind to capture the energy from the center of the earth and bring it at your level. So you use your mind, go inside of the earth, move this energy from the center and bring it at near of you, somewhere in the universe, in your environment, and keep it there. After you use your mind to cut.
Is there a page missing here?
Okay.
Maybe there is a page which is jumped. We don't see what you're talking about. It talks about find a stable environment. Is that you're talking about?
Yeah, I am at the six and five step. Use your mind to capture the energy. I have already explained.
Okay.
Okay.
Carry on.
So you use your mind to go at the center of the if to broke some energy, concentrate it, and bring it in your environment and keep it there. This is the first thing. So we start with the if center energy. The second, you use your mind to go in the sun center and capture energy, concentrate it, and bring it at your level. This is the second process. Let's go at the next step. So when you do these two steps, what you have to do now is that put the energy that you have captured into your bottle. So you will previously put water in the bottle in different plates. So you put plate of zinc, plate of the copper in the bottle or in your boss, and put water. And before start all this process that we have exposed. So when you finish this, when you finish to capture the energy, so you bring this energy. You start with the energy of the F that you have captured and concentrate, bring it in somewhere of environment, in somewhere from your environment. Now you move it from your environment in the bottle or in your boss. And the second thing, you make the same with the energy of the sun. So you bring it, you move it from your environment to the bottle or the boss that you have already put your plate of zinc and copper. And when you finish to put it, you make a connection of the wire of the plates at the plasma field of the universe. So you don't need to make a physically connection. You just connect the plates that you have put in the bottle or you have put in the box. You just connect these plates at the plasma field from the universe, so that they will get enough energy to produce what you want. And when you finish this, you disconnect yourself from the environment energy, because this energy is too powerful. If you make with, if you are connected with this in 30 minutes, they are taking you out of the if. So it's like you want to jump. So it's like you want to move in the universe. So you must control yourself, otherwise you can go another place in the universe. That's why you have to be unified on this three dimension. So just 30 minutes, you have to disconnect yourself, otherwise you can go in the space, because the energy is too powerful. You will become like the energy from environment, like the energy from the sun. So you can travel like Mr. Keshe teach us in anywhere in the universe. So after 30 minutes, quickly you disconnect yourself from this energy. And after disconnecting,
We lost it again.
He disconnected indeed.
Yeah, we lost you at the word disconnecting.
Yeah, just wait. It comes back up.
Yes.
Paul, are you there?
sorry, my connection was going.
Okay, come back up. You're there. You got
So,
disconnected at the point you said we're disconnecting. You disconnected yourself with your thoughts.
yeah, you disconnect yourself with the universe, and after disconnecting, you put your bottle in this at the safe place, and after 21 days or more, you will get your gowns. But sometime at my level,
Hello.
Let's
Thing
all
is,
connect.
line of thoughts is very strong.
Yeah. Let's all connect to Paul.
Paul, are you there?
Sorry, the connection is, my network is unstable. So I say at my level, sometimes it takes 7 days and I get the guns with mine production. Sometimes it's taking 21 days. So all depending on your concentration and the work you have done, all depending of the energy you have captured and put in the bottle. So when you capture energy and you put in the bottle,
Hello, Paul.
Rick, we can see when the icons next to his name disappear, then we know that he is disconnected, and then he is coming back slowly. Paul, are you there?
Or is it only his sound?
He is coming. No, it is.
yeah, I am here.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
So Mr. Keshe has to nano-coated the copper, all these things. When you bring the energy from the environment, from the Earth center, from the sun center, and you combine it and put in the bottle, and you will put your intention now to copper only, to coated only the copper. So it is like the same process like Mr. Keshe have shown us. So it's still nano-coated, but at the plasma or at the invisible states. So this is how to make gowns, and this is why we say gowns production another way with the mind. So any comments? Otherwise, we have another presentation who is coming about cancer medicine.
Can you show us the bottles you showed us last time, please?
I don't have it here.
Don't have it? No problem.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to carry on?
Okay, thank you. Next step, please. So, cancer medicine, Mr. Keshe, according to what we have exposed last time, asks us to use the fat of animals to make another type and test this C. So we have for this use the fat of 4 animals. We use the fat of chicken, fat of beef, fat for porcine, and fat of sheep. So here, this is the sheep fat, and this is the formula we have used to produce this cancer medicine. So we take sheep fat and plus citronella, lemon, sharp shot, ladies' fingers, and CO2 waters gowns.
Okay.
Ladies' fingers in the last.
Paul. Hello.
Mr. Keshe. Yeah, Mr. Keshe,
Paul,
I am listening to you.
Let me introduce what you're showing. It's highly scientific. Paul, on last Tuesday teaching, has shown the chemical components of the elements. It is scientific, is the components within the structure of the materials used. He has got a full table division like what we saw with Ghana in the components body of the man. He has shown us in detail. So for those who haven't, you're missing this part of the information, like a soap, which is a material, a fruit in Africa, or a root. lemon or citron, he has a very proper definition of the components which are within it. This all can be found on the internet. So this, he explains how, and then afterwards I show the connection of it. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Carry on.
So this is the formula we use: shipping fat, sheep fat, citronella, lemon, sharp shot, lady fingers, and CO2 was gans. Ladies fingers, at the first step, we didn't put ladies fingers, but after reflection, we have decided to put ladies fingers because we are using.
You lost me. Can you go to the next page till he comes, please? Yeah, thanks. Is he back?
Yes, he's coming in.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
Paul.
I was saying that we have added ladies fingers because we are using on traditional way ladies fingers, for example, to make treatment of the body, to help the body to recover very quickly. So that's why I have decided to add ladies fingers in this formula. So here we have the component of sheep fats. We have first time, you get the picture that we have used. I have buy it natural sheep from the butcher. I buy the fat from there. From that we can see the components: saturated fat with 55%, and unsaturated fat 43%. Now, if we see in detail saturated fats, we can get palmitic acids. We have carbons 1,6, stearic acid, carbon 1,8. Unsaturated fat, we can get palmitoleic acid, carbon is 1,6. Olemic acid, we get carbon 1,8. Arachidonic acid, we get carbon 20. We have in the sheep fat omega-3 and omega-6. Next step, please. So here is the component of omega-3. We have the alpha lilonic acid, and this is the chain. Here we can get another detail. So you have limonenic acid, carbon is 1,8. We have ecosa pantanoic acid 20. We have docasanoic acid, you have 22.
Can
Next
you
step,
stop?
please.
Paul, stop.
Okay.
I just add to the knowledge, then it'll be too much to go back. For those of you who understand or who are familiar with this, when you see a component like this, it says omega-3, and then you see EPA and DHA. These are the components. This immediately shows to you that the animal which the fat came from is a free animal in the nature. It's not brought up in what you call heavy farming or in the compounds or whatever, because the omega-3 in this, you see, is component of EPA, brings, if you're short of it and you don't get it, it brings attention deficiency. If you don't get the right amount of acid, which is low in DHA, then you become hyperactive. It depends on how the balance comes. Our ancestors used to eat chicken to get it in different part of the world. The fat of the chicken has the same composition. And nowadays we go to the shops and we buy from pharmaceuticals more EPA or more DHA, where if you have more EPA, when you have a hyperactive child, you go to a pharmacy and you buy more EPA. It's actually a product called more EPA, 500 milligram per day. Just the first 2 days, you see the child just comes down. And then when you have a hyperactive, you use a DHA. So this is how our nature, naturally, our bodies over millions of years have converted to use what the animals or plants provide us naturally, and now we put a scientific name to it. That's why we see Africans very calm people, because they still haven't got into the farming, mass farming the way we have. They still receive a lot of natural omega-3. When you see a factor of omega-6, which is explained, will be explained in a minute, or you've seen that before, this is unnatural condition, which means the animal is under stress. The chicken farming, which you see now, what we call mass production, they hardly have any omega-3 left. They all have omega-6, which means we are not receiving EPA or DHA, and that's why we have a lot of hyperactivity in our children in their schools and at home. Because in Africa, they naturally receive it. In Asia, they receive it through their food because they have not changed the cycle of taming. The animal has become so stressed that the EPA has disappeared from his blood, more or less. So you get omega-3. These are highly scientific data, what you see in front of it, if some of you can translate it. We understand it in the background because we use it heavily in the science of the plasma technology. And these are very interesting data. What is delivered by Paul is more scientific than any professor in any university in the West can supply you. This is the nature and natural science of man, the way they understood it. And now they explain it in a natural, in the language of the West. Thank you very much, Paul. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Next step, please. So we have here omega-3. You have here the chain of omega-3, and omega-3 you have linoleic acids. And here you have the detail of omega-6. We have linoleic acid 18. We have linoleic acid again 18 by 3. We have icosahexaenoic acid 20 by 2. We have diomo alpha linoleic acid 20 by 3 also. Arachidonic acid 20 by 4. Docosahexaenoic acid you have 20 by 2, 22 by 2. Docosatetranoic acid you have 22 by 4. Docosapentanoic acid you have 22 by 5. Next step, please. So now you have molecular of sharp components. We have last time talked about this. So we let go at the next step. We have here the components. Next step, please.
Stop 1 second. These are the components of the elements within that fruit. We have found this fruit in Europe. Yes. It's strange enough. In what you've done, Paul has inspired an Italian gentleman who will present the same process as you've done here in the studio work. Next Tuesday, Stefano will present the same as you, but about the garlic and how garlic can be used for the purposes you've done. At the same time, our doctors in the medical section in South America, in Peru, they have come up with another fruit which carries the same process as you're explaining. You open the door, and a lot of doctors and scientists, they have a background, they're using it or they've used it, and they're adding it to the GANs. And the doctor in our private teaching with the doctors, what's the name of the medicine used? Is Dr. Klaus available? I've forgotten the name of the fruit in South America that the doctors are using. They're using the same kind of knowledge you bring us from Africa. In Europe, we see it now. People start looking at things different way than you open the eyes to. And we've seen doctors in South America using it very effectively for cancer. In our private teaching, we'll bring those out into public once the doctor is happy to present a public lecture. And they're actually doing what you've done, explaining how fruits, vegetables, and everything else can be used for medical application. This is exactly what is done by the very, what do you call it? It's a cancer center or a medical center in Peru. She told us the fruit. Dr. Klaus, are you there in the background?
Rainer, I think you are talking about Nina from Brasilia, maybe.
And we don't mention doctors. Please do not mention name of doctors, whoever they are. You know what we are doing. Dr. Klaus, is he with us or he's in his practice? Anyway, when we come back, we'll explain to you this. The material which you see is very scientific, and it's getting used literally with the doctors now, and other doctors in the United States and other places who are part of our teaching have started looking at using these vegetables with their mineral content to see how it can be applied in conjunction with the GANs to see a better result. So what you're looking at is highly scientific. It's amazing how the doctors start looking at it now, and in conjunction with the zinc, with what do you call it, with the GANs, they will bring a new dimension into the world of medicine. And that's why the governments want to join in, the medical teams in the armies and other places, because we have opened a new door. It doesn't work unless you add the GANs to it. And it's beautiful with the way you're presenting it. Carry on, Paul. Paul, are you there?
Yeah, I am here, Mr. Keshe.
No, because I have to explain what you're putting on the table is highly scientific. People understand it. And it's beautiful the way you explain it. Carry on.
Thank you. So all this is the molecular of sharp shot. We have this Mr. Keshe have explained more last time about the components that we have, all elements inside that we need to balance the cancer and get what you want. Next step, please.
Are you
here
there,
also
Paul?
is the here also is the component of the lemon. We have also exposed last time. We can go to the next step, please.
You have to go into the Tuesday's teaching to understand this. This has already been explained before. Carry on. Are you there, Paul?
He just needs some time to get the picture because his internet is slower.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Keshe, for the citronella, I have discovered that the component of citronella is CH3.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. So on the citronella, the component is CH3. So natural we can naturally we can get CH3 from citronella.
This is lemongrass, you call it.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. So I let the chain of citronella here to let everybody know how it is connected. And please let go at the.
When you have a CH3, it's an energy supplier. That's what it means. It delivers huge amount of energy in a GANS state when you transfer it into GANS. It's an amazing product. It's when you're lack of energy, you mix this with the GANS, it's like heating a gallon of food. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. Next step, please.
Yep.
Components of ladies' fingers. As I say, it is the new element we have introduced inside, and you have here the crude protein, who is 25.33%, carbonate. You have here, you have carbohydrates, 42.68%. Palmitic acid, we have 32.14%. Linoleic acid, 30.84%. Oleic acid, 29.13%. Iodine valued, we have 112 by 100 grams. We have saponification valued, who is 182.20 milligrams. Peroxide valued is 7.3 milligrams. So you have CO2 insights. So according of these components, we have decided to add ladies' fingers on this medicine.
Why?
Next step, please.
Why? Can you explain? Can you explain to us why?
In traditional way, if for example somebody get like accidents, we are using it to bring to let the body of the man bring back their own structure. So it help body to grow tissue very rapidly. So that is why I think if we can put it in the cancer medicine, it will help to get the balance very rapidly, because we have put CO2 gans water inside. So once CO2 gans
Okay, he's coming back.
Are you there, Paul?
He's coming in, yes.
Mr. Keshe.
Okay, carry on, please.
So I was one CO2 water gans with in combination with another element will bring the balance, so to reduce the pain of cancer. So this will help to grow tissue of the man rapidly, because in the traditional way we are using to help the body to grow tissue rapidly. That's why I have added ladies finger.
In Africa?
Yeah, I am doing it for a person traditional way. I know how to do this.
Yeah, okay. I understand. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, let's go, please. So now is the production step. Here we have all components that we have used. We have here sheep fat, lemon, lady's fingers, stranola, sharp shot, and CO2 bounce water. Next step, please. So this is the process. So we have mixed all insides to cook it here. So we add CO2 bounce water insides. Next, please. So when we are cooking, we want to extract the elements from the thing we are using. And
Stop.
this
Stop.
is
Tell us what you've done. You just boiled everything together.
yeah,
Yes?
I put everything together here. I put everything, citronella, lemon, sharp shot, every element that I have give the formula. So I have put all inside and add the water of CO2 gallons.
Yeah.
So and put it. I don't add any water inside. Only CO2 water gallons I have put inside and
How long
let
did you
it.
boil it?
I
How
have
long
10 minutes.
Pardon?
10 minutes.
You just
10
boil it
minutes.
for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Boil it. You bring it to boil and you boil it for 10 minutes.
Yeah. I boil it in 10 minutes. All element like the sheep fat, it dissociates and I get the liquid one. So I get all element inside. Next step, please. You can see now the result. So this is the first time what I have extra from all these elements, and this is how they are looking. And I let it after 3 hours, it become white like this, so solid one. So like pomade, now we can use it for the medicine, for the person. So this is the final result of what we have done for with the cancer medicine with sheep fat. So this is the medicine one. So let's go at the next step, please.
Can you open?
So here is the chemical component of the final product. So you have lemon here, you have lady's fingers, you have shop, you have citronella, every element you have used. So all element components that we have extract, and we can get it in our product. We have make summary, and you can get this element here. So plus CO2 water grams. Any comment, Mr. Keshe, before we go to the next?
Enjoying the explanation because I can see how the system works and what you have created. It's very simple.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Mr. Keshe, Carolina clarifies for us that citronella is not lemongrass. They're two different plants. They're very similar, apparently, but they are not exactly the same, just to clarify.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the product one with sheep fats. Next step, please. So here is the chicken fats, and the formula is already the same. Like Mr. Keshe is saying, almost the fats component is almost standard. So we get uh, variation at the level of carbon and small things. So here we have chicken fat plus stronella, lemon, short ladies fingers, and CO2 dance water. Next step, please. Sorry for the picture of the chicken, but I will not get another way. That's why I buy it. This is natural one, like Mr. Keshe has said. In Togo, we have almost the chicken we are selling is in the natural way. They are growing in the natural way, and we can find it in the market. So I buy one to make extraction of the fat, because it's impossible to get the fat of a chicken. Like I have buy for sheep, it is impossible to get. So I take one chicken to make extraction of the fats. And here you have the components of the fats. You almost get saturated fat and unsaturated fat. And the saturated fat, we can get peptic acids with carbon 16%, 16. Styrenic acids, carbon is 18. For unsaturated fats, we can get palmitoleic acids, carbon is 16. And here we can get the connection, the molecular chain. Here we get oleinoacidic acids. So we get carbon 18. Arachidonic acid, we have carbon 20, and omega-3 and omega-6. Next step, please. So here is omega-3 for chicken fats, especially. So we have the detail of this omega-3. So we have linoleic acids. We have 18 by 3 ELA. Pentanoic acid, we have 20 by 5 EPL. Docosanoic acid, we have 22 by 6 DH. So next step, please. Here is omega-3 of chicken fat. We have linoleic acid, 18 by 2. In linoleic acid again, 18 by 3. Escosadonine acid, you have 20 by 2. Diammonium linoleic acid, you have 20 by 3. Arachidonic acid, you have 20 by 4. Docosahexaenoic acid, you have 22 by 2. Docosahexaenoic acid, you have 22 by 4. Docosahexaenoic acid, you have 22 by 5. This is the component of chicken fat. Next step, please. So this is the molecular of short. Next step, please. Next step, we already talked about this. Next step, please.
Do we go next from here?
Yeah, next from here. Next, okay, let's go next also, because we have already exposed about these components.
Now we are at cancer medicine 2.
Yeah. Let's go at this. Previously we have a production chain for this cancer medicine too. So we have element. Here is you see in this big bottle. This is lemon. I have extra it to help to go fast. So here you have short. You have CO2 gans water, chicken, ladies fingers, and citronella. So again, I put all inside and boil it. So I use another one step to get extraction of the chicken. So I no put all insides. So I just cut where I have the fat of the chicken and I put it inside. Not all the chicken I have put, otherwise we will get another component inside. So only the parts we get the fat of chicken, I cut it and put in the mixing of this production. Next step, please. So this is the final product I have get, and this is just when I have extra it, and I let it. But it take like 72 hours to become solid, like ship one. So it take more time. I don't know why. Maybe Mr. Keshe can explain us why it take time to get solidification. Next step, please. So again, this is the summary of all elements we have used to make the product 2 of cancer medicine. So the only thing who is changed here is chicken fats. All elements is standard. Next step, please. So this is the porcine fats. So same formula, but they have used porcine fat here, plus citronella, lemon, short, ladies fingers, and CO2 gans water to make these 3 products. So here you get the picture of porcine fats. I have buy it. This is also natural porcine in Africa. Yeah, this is what we call pig. So in Africa, we just let him in. We let the porcine in the environment. They are eating the thing from the environment and become what they want to become. And when it grow, they take it to sell or kill it to get the meat. So
Can
this
you
porcine.
Can you explain to us what is porcine, please, for those of us who don't know?
Porcine, we call it again pig.
Yeah.
And especially for porcine, we have too much omega-3 and omega-6 insides. We call it also pork.
Yeah, but is that the boar or is it a pig? Wild or kept?
Wild one.
Wild, okay.
Somebody is posing wild. Yeah.
Okay, please.
So here we have saturated fat. You can see the variation of saturated fat from these different animals. We can get 38 up to 43%, and saturated fat we get 66 up to 62%. And in detail, saturated fat, we can get palmitic acid 28%, stearic acid 14%, myristic acid, we have 1%. From insaturated fat, palmitoic acid, we get 3%, oleic acid, we get 44%. Linoleic acid, we get 10%. And we have, especially for portion fats, we have too much omega-3 and omega-6. It's very, very rich in this last element. Next step, please. So for omega-3, this is the chain, and you can get the detail here in linoleic acids. We get carbon 18 by 3. You have icosapentaenoic acid, carbon is 20 by 5. Docosahexaenoic acid, we have carbon 22 by 6. Next page, please. And the omega-3 of porcine, we get linoleic acid 18 by 2. Please.
It's omega-6, not omega-3.
Yeah.
Carry on, carry on.
Okay. So we get icosahexaenoic acid, we have 20 by 2. Dihomolinoic acid, we have 20 by 3. Acidonucleic acid, we have 20 by 4. Docosahexaenoic acid, we have 22 by 2. Docosahexaenoic acid, we have 22 by 4. Docosahexaenoic acid, we have 22 by 5. Next page, please. And this is lady's fingers component. Next page.
Next page.
Next page, yeah, next page, please.
Sour soup is not okay?
Yep.
Yeah, shop shoot is okay. Let go. Let go.
Next page.
Because it is the same, yeah, next page. Same. It is the same component. Let go.
Again, 10 minutes cooking.
Yeah. But especially for porcine, it take like 20 minutes cooking because it is very hard to get it at the solid, at the liquid state. So to the extraction for porcine especially go 20 minutes and more.
Okay. Carry on. Next.
Next page, please. So here is how I mix and cook, and here is the final production. You can see here the white one is in down state and the liquid is in the up state. Oh, please, we have a let one page. Please go back. So here also is the chemical component of the final product 3 with porcine or pork. No.
Okay, go
summary.
back.
Yeah.
Go forward 2 pages, Stanley. Now we go to beef.
Yeah.
Next one, yeah.
Beef, yeah.
Okay.
So this is yeah. Thank you. This is the fourth one with the fat of beef, and we put beef fat, citronella, lemon, sharp shot, lady's fingers, CO2, Gans water. Next page, please. So here is the picture of this fatty acid of beef. And here saturated fat is 50 up to 55%. Mono unsaturated fat, we get it inside of the fat of the meat is 40%, and polyinstable is minus 3%. In the detail, we can get saturated fat, palmitic acid, carbon is 16, styrenic acid, we get 18, monounsaturated fats, palmitoic acid, carbon is 16 by 1, oleic acid, carbon is 18, elydic acid, carbon is 18 also. And for polyunsaturated fats, we get omega-3 and omega-6 also. For what we have understand on the research, the percentage of the different fats or the different elements is making the difference at the level of the different component of the fat of animals on the natural ways. Next step, please. Omega-3, we have here the chain, and here we get the different elements in detail. We have linoleic acid, 18 by 3, icosapentaenoic acid, 20 by 5, docosanoic acid, 22 by 6. Next page, please. So here is omega-6. So we have also the components of this. Here, the same lady's fingers, we have the components. You can let go, and everyone can see from lady's fingers here saponification values, and we have wash insights. Next page, please. This is also lemon again, citronella. So here is mixing. So again, same process. I put at the pressure other fats, the fat of beef, and the same elements, and put it to boil to get extraction of the elements. Next step, please. So here, this is the final product of the beef, and it will go in solid state only after 30 minutes. So I put it after I will come. I am making etiquette for everything. I will put it in small bottle, and I will come with the design of all elements to go have done like research. So this is the last product that we have done. Here we have chemical components of the elements with the beef. Next step, please. So this is the end of our presentation.
Yes, but you can't go anywhere. How do you apply it?
To apply it, if the cancer, we detect where is the cancer, we just rub it at the level of the cancer. Now I am making another one liquid for drinking with CO2 water, gas waters, because I was being in contact with another person, especially from Ivory Coast, who he have his wife who have cancer, that the cancer is inside. So I have advised this. I have advised him to use the liquid one that we have mixed with shop and all element to drink it. And other one, we rub it at the level of the cancer parts. This is how we are applying it. And Mr. Keshe, this product is very mysterious. Somebody get accident, I say 4 days before, I just give him the same product, but it was for porcine, and he rub it. Just after 1 day, he is able to walk, and yesterday he showed me all gone. And another person get panari. I take the same and rub it, but for panari, it become it become big, and the man was very, very afraid. I said, no, don't be afraid. And after 2 hours, it was ready to be operated. And then we put something there, and all gone. This morning, he say he is very, very fine. After instead of going at the hospital, this is very, very, very powerful, these products. So I am giving now person to test it. I am giving.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay there, Paul. Let me explain to you how we use it. The way our doctors are using it, because you put the CO2 gas in it, you can add the CO2 gas at the end or during the process of cooking, because CO2 doesn't change. But if you add your gas after you've done your cooking, now the matter inside the liquid, the liquid inside become on a state of gas, because all the components you have used are in the gas state. The fat is in the gas state, the lady's finger is in the gas state, the chlorella. And what we have seen with the doctors in South America is that they use it as a coating on the nano-coated coils. You can use it as what you call the coating for your coils. The doctors who listen, because we hear some doctors stay in the background. This has shown to be working in a way effectively. So now that we gain a new knowledge, we ask our doctors to test it. You are testing it, nothing applied. In your case, you apply direct. In the case of the work of the foundation, we coat the coils, and as is used, because in the gas state, is used for the coils or the pen coils for effectiveness of the use. So that is how it's used. We don't consume it, we don't touch it, but it is in a way added to the coil to be added. This is a fantastic information you brought for us. Our people in the background will go through this, and we add this into the blueprints of the other teaching you brought us the week before, that We have other doctors who are giving us information parallel with you, medical doctors who are using in different way, different herbs with a saturation of different elements they're using for cancer and other thing. And this way we built a field, magnetic gravitational field of these elements for the use, which means you never come in touch with it. As you said, use the field of it. This is beautiful what you brought us. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Paul, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
We've seen this, you know exactly where I'm going because we brought it to you last week, and now I explained to you. You've been put as the victims of the Keshe Foundation or the Keshe Foundation victim. Did you put yourself there, or have you ever heard of the Keshe victims?
No, I never do this.
So somebody fraudulently has put you there just to be a victim.
Yeah. I was never being in contact with anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand you've never been in touch. This is a forgery which is going on by the what we call the Red Circle. He is using African names to put on his victim list because you never check, and you're a clear evidence. So we are handing your emails to us, to the Interpol and what do you call it, the Internet Police and CIA and the Russian agency. We explain to you what it is. I thank you for your knowledge you brought us, and this shows another forgery and deception by criminal organization headed by Red Circle. So thank you very much for your work, and hopefully we learn from you next week. Thank you indeed.
Yeah, I am making another thing, and I will come back to you. Especially, I am working to build one LF unit at 7 dimension using different guns. When I finish, I will let you know.
Please, you're always welcome. You bring a beautiful knowledge to us. Thank you indeed.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed.
Yeah.
As I said, Africa will shine. And those who consider themselves more than the black, they use them because they've used them for centuries. And now you see, a scientist, a natural scientist, has been put by the website director or owner as a victim of Keshe Foundation, where he has never ever heard of Mr. Red Circle. So what we said, now we're gathering evidence for arrest and conviction for murder of Mr. Red Circle, of number of scientists, and that's what he done. They go out and create false information that there are a lot of victims and there are no victims. If you go on the back of Facebook list of the victims, it's all by one man. Red Circle, his name, has entered everyone. We have taken Photoshop of all the victims. And in turn, because it's a conviction by murder, we'll show you after this teaching. We especially announce you the facts about Keshe Foundation. We asked the same from Mr. Amini, who received the call from Susan, which is our same terrorist organization, financed by G+1, which is what we call, not a Jewish organization, but what we know where they sit in Israel, trying to literally milk the human being out of everything they have. We will give you so much evidence today. We've seen one of the victims, the man who's a scientist, has become a victim without him knowing. False information right across the internet. And he's planting them everywhere to give himself credibility. 600 people's name has been put in by fraudulent, without them knowing, on the internet victim. Keshe Foundation has no victim, except made by one man who's done this to a number of people. You will see documents today. We have organized 2 websites, which we'll announce later on. We put all the name of the children and all the name of the scientists who this man has murdered. And this is how it's done. Very simple. You will see the whole pattern of the work of Red Circle, and now you understand how suddenly everything has changed. We become victims. Bunch of you, if you're on the internet, your African name is put you in there, victim making. law enforcement organizations except Belgium, which is themselves involved in these kind of scams, are rapidly moving on into Belgium. Yesterday was announced 75,000 pedophile people around the world, the biggest ring ever been done, has been arrested, some 300 people already in prison. Alan Sterling case was the last pin they needed, and now we see the head of the mafia organization. Child abuse, sexual abuse, advertising on the internet to get children, and discrediting scientists and politicians because he's paid to do. He's a well-organized criminal. We open the book to you. And as you see, Paul is one of them. He's been kept on the list of the Keshe Foundation victims for 6 months. That's why we set the trap for him last week, and he fell for it. A number of people who he's writing about, they're working with us in the background till we maneuver him to where we wanted. We got him where we wanted. We wanted to show him and his daughters are in the process of child abuse. And we have the proof of it. They target the children they want, and they do a very good job. And we use the same process, and now we have the evidence. Let's go to Armand. Armand, you got something new to show us. Is Armand still there? Rick?
No, Armin is not online.
Armand, are you awake or asleep?
I can call him by phone. I don't see him on the list.
He wanted to show something very urgent.
Well, he said that you wanted him to show them or something. There was a picture. I've got one of them up here. Let me.
Do you have the picture you want to share?
Sure.
Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes. This is important for those of you who are in testing different things. Amon was showing this. We were going through some work a couple of days ago. The strange thing is left to America, but he does more work there. We have more communication with him here than there. So what it is very important. If you you produce amino acid on top of your plates, on top of your CO2 boxes. These amino acids, each one has a different property. I explained this yesterday in the doctor's teaching, and it's good for the public knowledge. That is, when you make a CO2 box, the amino acid you collect on top, there are 2-3 different amino acids. The ones which are near the copper sometimes turn slightly yellowish, reddish tint, which is for the red tissue muscles. The ones on the zinc side, they are more whitish. These are for your neurosystem. If you use different plates, like zinc plated, they are used. We have them here. We can go very close. Now we're in the lab, we can show it. Would you like to bring the camera very close? You see them? Each plate makes different kind of fat, different kind of amino acid, because they absorb different kind of carbon, hydrogen, or nitrogen. This is a beauty. We're coming here into the lab that you can see it. If you come here close, you see here the fat is very much different than if I bring you a fat from the CO2 box. The CO2 box creates a very, very soft fat. The reason for it is, if you look, that's CO2 gas. It's different on either plate. If you look at this, which is totally copper, is a different acid, amino acid. This is very, very thick. You look at the shape. The closeness of the plates to each other has created different kind of GANS material. And each GANS nano texture of amino acid has and possesses different energies. So when you go on your structure of working, and you're making the way we saw just now with Paul, or what was discussed and shown by, can we have this on a video, please, on a whiteboard? Each amino acid in these containers absorbs certain kind of energy fields to themselves. So even though you have a COHN, it is not all the same. Each one, each plant, each tree, each time you breathe in and out, we create different amino acids. And if the system you made has a matching gravitational magnetic field, you absorb it, or it absorbs to itself. So when you make I wanted this. How have I come up so big? How do I reduce the size of the pen? Oh, it's here. We have, oh, this has gone very thick. Doesn't matter. So when you have the box and you put in it,
I think the size of the pen is on the slider on the left. You need to move this toolbox, and then you have a slider. You can reduce the thickness.
this one.
No, down in the corner. In the left
Okay.
corner.
Fabio is organizing it. It's okay, no problem.
This.
Ah, yeah, I didn't see that because we moved the, yeah, that's good. Can you make it a bit thicker? Can you make it, we didn't see it, it was hiding behind another one. Okay, yeah, that's good enough, thanks. So, when you have a copper plate, or you make another box, which is, what have you done to me now? Fabio?
You need to click on the pen on this toolbar. On the one that you were moving around, that toolbar.
This one?
Yeah, this one has to be, the right one has to be selected that you can draw.
You got to control. Can you give me the pen, please? Okay, now on it. So, you still don't get it. It's gone. What have you done? Okay. Okay. So now we got it. Now that you created another box and you put the plates in it, even though it looks that your water looks the same, this has created a different gravitational magnetic field inside it than this one. So this attracts different, for example, carbon strength, but the same oxygen and nitrogen and hydrogen. So what is interesting, this could be, for example, carbon 12.1, and this one is carbon 12.2. So this amino acid could be for your lung, where this amino acid could be used for, let's say, the tip of your toe. So just because you collect amino acid from your containers doesn't mean it's exactly the same thing. So each plate has a different amino acid. In so many ways, as we explained the whole knowledge about the beating of the coils with the liquid and the other teachings, you can bring most of it to about 12, but in a powerful, energetic, totally concentrated. So when you, for example, put 1,000 beat per revolution, you go, everything goes to about 2.2. So you have a massive amount of 2.2. If you do it for 1400 RPM, you go 12.18, for example. This is for your toe, that's for your brain. So when you make these amino acids, do not forget that these are all different. You can use them for different application and different purposes. This is very interesting. Pardon?
Yeah, Fabio had to do something on the camera because it wanted to pour off. Okay, it's okay, go on.
No problem. So in so many ways, every time you create, even your amino acid in this part is different than you take it in the center or you take it on the other side. You have to understand. If you don't want to use, make sure you don't have that much amino acid, always use a container where you drain the gas from the bottom, that you don't get any interaction with the amino acid. This is the only way you can make pure gases of what you're making. When you use the syringes to go in, if you look and you touch your syringe when you take it out, it's fatty, it's oily, because you absorbed it. And then whatever you absorb into it, you transfer the energy into the gas which you brought up. To make a non-contaminated gas, you always need this process. You always need to understand, now you're in a gravitational magnetic field environment, everything counts. Everything counts. Everything is well in hand. If you understand it, you can produce everything you need. Is there anything else? Or do we finish with this part and we go into what we call facts about the Keshe Foundation and empty Keshe? Do you have anything else, Rick?
Don't think there's anything else immediately lined up. I had a communication about some more pictures from that were just sent to me from Dominique. Pictures from the workshop and so on. Some of the things that people were building apparently from the workshop we saw earlier today.
Can you share it with us, please?
I guess we can. Just a second here. Okay, start with this one. Get this one share up. There we go. Nice clear picture of our workshop scene there. So,
how do you go?
Dominique, are you there? Can you explain some of this, perhaps? I'm wondering if you are still.
Yes. Did you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
hi.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Keshe. So it's my
First of all, tell us who you are, where you come from,
yeah.
and where you in the workshop, please.
I come from France, near Le Mans, 200 kilometers west Paris. I want to show just some photo of my tiny workshop. I stopped to be a cabinet maker when I heard what you offer to us with the technology. And I propose, because I met Jackie, who inform and show me a lot of things, that I can also share the knowledge with, because I know a little with my hand and how to make things. So the purpose, and I want to thank Farad Hamini, who make a great job to share with friend around him, and I know we can meet together, and I was completely agree with his presentation, and also the purpose for me is to offer people who come back with all the little tool to make by their own, and also offer to their friend how to do, because They can leave the workshop with a little setup like you see, just without electricity to make coils. And thanks to the African to offer the idea with just an iron and just turn with the hand. You can see here just the nano coating with a little fire lamp. And it's a little draw I propose and make at every time to show and to give detail for the people to understand where the current go and where is the flow. Yes, it's my GANS product for the coils, and also what it's important for me is to offer people to come back home with all this kit. So they have plastic box and also nano coating, iron and different plates. It's important for me just to give the possibility to have rapidly GANs. Just to have put water and salt in it. It's the last setup I made. There is some amelioration workshop by workshop. The things are more simple.
How do you teach? The people just come to you and you teach them how to make everything?
People come because yes, I offer workshop on weekend, and I prepare all the stuff and the kit, and people do by their own. So they make their call, they connect it, they nano coat, they make all because they what I want is to offer above the intellectual consumption of the technology is to feel in the body what happened when we do that, and with a little explanation how they can by their own connect and give what they have to, what they feel, and how they can go further to understand.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keshe, your family, and all people who work around you. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. These workshops people have been doing, so that's why now we make it that it gets organized and more people can come in. Please go to the application form, fill in application form, send it to workshops at keshefoundation.org or KFSSI or a Spaceship Institute, and we support you. If you want to teach 20, 30 people a month or 100 people a month, you have to write what you need to do, how many people, and gradually you make it into a beautiful job. Something here a lot of you don't notice. To you it's just a picture, but it's fantastic if you understand it. You see a globe at the bottom and you see a paper behind it. Would you like to tell us what that is, please?
Yes, it's the peace treaty that I want everybody who come sign, because it's the beginning of the work, and everybody is agree, but it's a symbol for me, very important. It's the start of the work.
This is the paper we put out some 4 years ago. you sign yourself to the application of the technology for peace. Millions of people around the world have signed it. They've committed themselves to world peace, and they signed themselves into it. That's what it is. If you are around Keshe Foundation, you can download it. You don't need this between you and your soul. And you commit yourself to use the technology only for the peaceful application of it. And it's in about 17, 18 languages on the website. You can download it and sign yourself to the peace. We ask the militaries and government to sign it if they join. Some have. We know one president has signed it in his personal name, but not in the name of his nation. We salute you, President Obama. But we have to see how the two come together, the nation and the person. It is important that we understand the change, and it's beautiful what you put there. Just showing a system, but behind it, giving it to the ethos of the foundation. Thank you very much for your work. Please submit your application and let us support you to expand the technology in a way that becomes a new cycle of what I call friendship and work and peace. Thank you indeed. Anything else you have? Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Rick, do we have anything else?
I don't think so, Mr. Keshe. I think we're pretty much caught up there now.
Okay. Okay, we finished with the part of the teaching today. Those of you who want to record, please record this because it's important. This is nothing to do with the work of the Keshe Foundation as teaching. This is to do how the Keshe Foundation was born, the truth about the Keshe Foundation, and how our foundation, which is yours, has been abused and misused. This morning, we heard from Mr. Amini that he received a telephone call from what we call terrorists of internet, Suzanne, that she wants to destroy because these people are committed, and sending emails to the others to give their pictures to. You see, this is a pattern. We're going to establish a pattern. The most important thing is establishing a pattern, then you understand the work of these people. We don't accuse, we don't make accusation. We deliver solid information. And this is it. We might run for an hour or two, but it's important. There is a lot of things, facts about the Keshe Foundation, facts about empty cash. The facts about empty cash is as follows. I was born in Iran in a normal family. My father was part of the Philips International Siemens in X-rays, and I was introduced to the world of medicine from a very young age in going around with my father to the hospitals when they were commissioned to be delivered and everything else. So I've been born around the radiation from the day I opened my eyes to it. I'm born and bred through the field of X-rays, gamma rays, MRIs, and everything else. At the age of 8, 9, when I was watching around about 10 years, man trying to go to the moon, things did not make sense to me. So many times I watched and I thought this is not the way to go to the moon. I remember summertime like now in July, watching the moon because I knew a couple of us have managed to make it in a little box in a capsule from Apollo to go to the moon. I always had a dream and I could understand the work of the radiation and I thought there is another way to do it. When I was with my father, one day I lay under the X-ray machine and my father said, this thing's gonna go through. I said, if it can go through all that tables and chair, it goes through me, it has a different meaning. It has to be different. I spent all my time, my life, in a very conservative way, in a very open way, developing, understanding more and more about cosmos. By the age of 12, 13, I knew I want to understand more about the work of the universe. The only passage through it was through nuclear industry. Age of 16, I came to England, By age of 22, I graduated from Queen Mary College as a nuclear engineer, specialized in reactor technology. When I went to university for the interview, I explained to my professor that why I won the seat. At that time, it was very difficult to get into universities to become nuclear engineers and physicists. There was a huge competition. 13 people, 14 people a year were educated by the university. I was the only one. Every few years they would train as a reactor controller. I was on the supervision of Dr. Shaw, one of the most well-known. Most of the nuclear reactor controllers in England went through his hand because he had his own nuclear reactor in the university, in the basement of Queen Mary College. Then they moved it somewhere else nearby. He trained me well, but he understood I was not happy with my education because this was not answering my questions to him. He said to me, Mehran, they had a meeting with other professors. You get your degree, walk out and prove what you're talking about. I walked out. 1981, they just got me through my degree because I didn't even want to finish my degree. They convinced me, we get you through, you got your exams, your knowledge is beyond what we understand, but sit for 2 papers or 3 papers that you get the enough mark over 3 years and you get your degree. I agreed. I came out of university. It was impossible to carry on and do the work where, in a way, you knew you cannot work in a society, in a government structure where you are working. In my education time, I worked for British Nuclear Fuel by recommendation and insertion of Queen Mary College in one of the most secret sites in English nuclear industry. I worked in a cowshed. You hear it in the stories. I worked in it. After about 8 months coming in as a fresh boy, I was given an individual office because I understood too much. But I would not accept signing Secret Official Act of the British government. I was asked 2 choices. You stay, you sign, or you leave. I took the leave because there should be no secrecy in the knowledge. I stood for my ethos. Knowledge has to be free. In that time, I was told by the British intelligence, when I leave the nuclear industry, the way I understood it, I would never get a job anywhere in nuclear industry unless I work for British government the way I was working. I refused. So I entered private business. I ran a multinational offices in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, individually without support from anyone. I built a very wealthy structure for myself, having the intelligence, but working very little, spending a lot of time on research. I have letters which shows in 1985, 14th of June 1985, I have a letter from NASA, which confirms the receipts of the new space technology not using fuel, confirming they received it, they're considering it. In that process, I carried on with my development because there was something not correct in the whole structure. How come we don't understand the gravity? I've designed many reactors, being trained to design reactors. That's why you see in this lab, physical reactors. Nothing is theoretical. I built most of these reactors with my own hand. And then it came to the point in early 2000, I could see the gravitational field. It was so simple and why we were looking so far away from it. I went in 2002, 2001, 2002, I went back to British Nuclear Fuel. I asked, I want a centrifuge and I want access to nuclear material. As a nuclear physicist is my right. Being a British resident, in 2003, 2004, we came to an agreement to meet, and I met at the military museum in Manchester in a very small office, 4 or 5 people. We couldn't even fit the chairs in. And I said to the officer from the British Nuclear, why are we here in a military museum where BNFL, I know the headquarters, I used to work there. He said, no, this has to be discussed here. I was puzzled. Immediately, the gentleman in the room introduced himself to me. He said, Mehran, we've been waiting for you for 20 years. We knew you'd come back. Welcome home. I said, there is no home. I signed a confidential agreement with the Minister of Defense, not Ministry of Defense. It was considered so high level that could not be leaked to the ministry that the gravity has been discovered. In that process, with British nuclear, I would not move my technology into military, but British defense technology needed the technology because it would have been an upper hand worldwide if you could deliver system with gravity. We negotiated. I was not happy because I wanted a guarantee from British structure. I knew MI5 very well. I knew MI6 very well because in my business part, I collaborated with MI5 and his MI6 in a couple of world peace actions. And then I realized later on how they allowed me to be so open and work with the security services in my business life. They were watching me. They were part of me. They knew I'm working because they could see my communication on a regular basis with NASA. They could see I'm constantly are talking to NASA. So they made it comfortable for me to become extremely rich working through the British structure as a foreigner for different applications in security and disposal of all sorts of illegal materials which British government confiscated, and they were destroying it. And I showed them, why do you burn the wealth of a nation? Let's use it. And we made it into a multi-billion organization for the British government. At that point, I was not prepared to work for Ministry of Defense. I said, I want guarantees that my knowledge will be used for peaceful application. In that process, they invited me to impress me to what is known as a Farnborough Fair. Farnborough show, there is one in Paris and one in Farnborough. Alternatively, every year, military aircrafts are shown in each city and huge contracts. Aircrafts, military hardware is sold on board. The first 2-3 days of this show is closed to public, which means it's only for ministers, presidents, and the rest to come to buy arms. I received a call from Ministry of Defense, from the guy they call it usually a handler, the person who's responsible for my work. He said, Mehran, we are inviting you to Farnborough. I said, I don't need to go to Farnborough. He says, no, come in, you open your eyes in what can be done. I went to Farnborough with my wife. In Farnborough, something strange happened. I went in, I'm a simple businessman, to me everybody is talkable. I walked into a building, huge building. The building belonged to Lockheed Martin. I didn't know, to me everybody was there. It's a show, I've been to many shows, 10, 20 a year. You walk to anybody, you can talk to anybody. I walked to this reception, I said, I would like to discuss the matter of development of the new technology, which the missiles become useless. The lady said, wait for me. I'm coming back. I have to bring somebody for you. I waited. A man, a very short man came. I explained to him, I have a technology I would like to discuss. I'm talking to the Ministry of Defense here and would like to know if we can collaborate to develop it further. He said, come back at 12 o'clock. I said, no problem. I went for a walk looking everywhere else, came back at 12 o'clock, keeping my appointment. There was nobody in the building and nobody around the building. The whole place was empty. As the door was open, I walked in. I started looking. They were showing the latest aircrafts, F-18s, taking vertically up. A man touching on my shoulder says, Mr. Keshe. I said, yes. He said, would you like to walk on the other side of the glass? This side is American territory. The other side of the glass is a British territory. We want to speak to you. Two of them. I said, I have nothing to talk. He showed me a car, MI5, and the other guy, MI6, British Secret Service. I said, what's the problem? no, we can't speak. You have to walk outside on the balcony. If you go to Farnborough, you know the building very well. When we walked outside, he told me, Mr. Keshe, you're under arrest for selling intellectual right. I said, what intellectual right? He said, you're offering Americans information and technology which belongs to Britain. I said, bullshit. I'm Iranian, my technology belongs to my government. And secondly, I'm working with the British to develop peaceful application. The discussion goes on. They cornered me in the wrong corner of the balcony, and at that moment, having my mobile phone in my hand, I called my handler, who is literally the first man to Minister of Defense, his right-hand man. I said, you set me up. He said, no. I said, you brought me here to put me down as somebody who's selling information, which is my own technology. You don't even know what's inside it. And then now you are forcing me with this. He said, it's a mistake, Mehran. I said, listen, if it's a mistake, there are 4 or 5 black cars. There is loads of police. The whole area is cleaned up. As I'm a terrorist, I'm walking out. You will not get anything from me. There was a conversation with the other 2 guys on their mobile. This carried on for about 20 minutes, and I'm shouting on top of my head, literally telling whatever I like to my handler on the Ministry of Defense, the right-hand man of the minister. That moment, the talk with MI6 was, with MI5, boys, I can hear the voice of a woman, head of MI5, MI6, talking to these guys, we have made a mistake, back off. I said, you made a mistake, not me. They said they know him, the Ministry of Defense, talking to MI5, MI6, he is one of us, let him go, you made a mistake. At that time, the situation was out of control because there was so much going on. They wanted a guarantee from me that I will not take my technology to Iran. I said, I don't give you any guarantee. I'm an Iranian citizen, and I'm a citizen of Britain, but I carry a nationality of Iranian. They refused to let me go on the balcony till they get a guarantee from me that I will not go to Iran. I said, there is no guarantees. I walk out of this platform, I'm straight into Iran. You made a huge mistake. At this moment, it got too confusing. MI5, MI6, literally shitting in their pants, they're going to lose a scientist. They said, okay, it's a mistake. Please, let's talk. Everything is okay. Go back to Manchester. Officers will talk to you. We can sort it out. You can speak to the Americans. Everything suddenly, the cars disappeared, people start moving, the police disappeared. If you go into the Lockheed Martin in Farnborough, this is the balcony. They have a door which has got a cover in front of it, a swing door. They said you can talk to the Americans. I came here, stood here with Caroline. The both sides were locked by FBI, CIA agents, whoever they were. The short man appeared. He said, Mr. Keshe, go back home to Manchester. Within 48 hours, we call you from Washington. We are prepared to negotiate with Lockheed Martin for development of the technology. Do not stay here, walk out. We agreed with the British. So I knew the technology is shared now. Whatever I give them, they share it. I said, you know, guys, I'm going home. I'm not dealing with anything. I kept the technology for myself. I develop it. One day I use it. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of apologies. I walked back. This position of Lockheed Martin is more or less at one end of the runway. And those of you who've been to Farnborough, then you know it. The entrance is here. This is about 2 or 3 kilometers. You walk the whole length of the runway. Caroline joined me later on because she was with our children at the hotel. She was given to a wife of a scientist clearance to come into the most secret area of the British technology because they were showing it. That's how much they trusted us. I had a green pass visa pass. The same was given to Caroline, to a wife of a scientist, because they knew we are always together. When we were walking back, I said, Caroline, I wasted my life staying in Britain. I'm going back home. I'll take the technology to Iran. We are peaceful people. We develop it. She said, Mehran, let me talk. On the way when I was coming back, I passed through a section. There's a Belgium section here. Let me speak to the Belgian. I said, no. I sat in a cafe at that bottom Caroline said, I'm going to talk with them. When she went, she came back, they said they want to talk with you. I said, no problem. I don't talk, I just listen. We walked back all the way, just before Lockheed Martin, Belgium Air Force shore offices. They said to me, the ambassador from London has been called in. You can't talk to you till the ambassador arrives. Ambassador arrived in the hall. I sat the other side. The intermediary negotiated between Belgium ambassador and me. And they told us, if you come to Belgium, we talk, we give you everything. Your wife is Belgium. We give you everything you want in Belgium. Will not be used for military application. The name of the gentleman is all over the internet. You know who he is. And we agreed. Carol and I, in September, moved back to Belgium because we already had a home in Belgium. We went back home from our home in England and met with this gentleman. This gentleman took us to VUB, University of Brussels. They said the scientists at VUB have to confirm the discovery. 7 months, every couple of weeks, they gave me more questions and I answered more, thinking I'm working within the frame of the structure. And then all this was handled by a professor called Professor Van Overmeer, who used to be part of the head of the university. He said to me, Mehran, I'll give you a piece of advice. You have discovered the technology. They brought nuclear physicists to understand if it was random, I have discovered the gravity. They brought one of the most genius doctors I know, Dr. Deere, a lady who works for the British nuclear and the military side in England. They brought him to Belgium to sit and talk with me. It was a final decision. The appointment was made for an hour and a half. Within 7-10 minutes, she got up. She said, he's discovered the gravity, except all his technology. And then they said to me, they're going to write a report. I waited around March. We are there already from September. I called Professor Van Overmeer. I said, Professor Van Overmeer, what happened to the report? He said, I can give you 1 page just for you to be, but the real report has been sent to the government. I received the report. Then the people who brought me in, they said, you have to speak to such an office. I spoke to such an office. Within 2 days after me receiving the papers from the Professor Van Overmeer, I was told that a company has been set up to look after the development of technology. Belgium, the biggest in space technology. You know the name. The name starts with V. We are not releasing any names to make any accusation that they come and they destroy our website the way Alan Sterling did. In a coming website, which is getting set up by Keshe Foundation supporters, all these documents will be released, and you can see step by step. When I met, they told me to the company, I sat for 3 months from March, April to June, July. We went through step-by-step design of the development of the first, what we call gravitational magnetical system. The scientists of the company, they sat every day, every 2 days we met, and at the end of the meeting, whatever was discussed, the past meeting which I've made note of, they signed, yes, this is the information transferred to us. So it was obvious how the information was transferred, the knowledge didn't belong to them. Very strange thing happened. Suddenly at the end when we came to discuss, they told me the Prince of Belgium is coming to the company, which is very unusual. Later on, we found out, yes, they were trying to prove to the Belgian monarchy that they have found the system of gravitational system. The prince wanted to see it himself before approving. We agreed, we signed a contract to develop the first gravitational magnetical system. To me, you've seen these reactors here at that time, should not be about 30, 40,000, maximum 80, 100,000 or so. I saw a figure of asking from the Belgian government 1-point-something million. I said, guys, what is going on? You're robbing your own nation? No, this is the way it's done. I said, I have a problem with this. I can't agree with it. But at this moment, we are negotiating. I was told I went back to the same group which they brought me to the company. I said, I need a lawyer who can understand this contract because it's not correct in so many ways. I was sent by them to a so-called lawyer. We call him B. I walked in Lowen, into his office about a shop, him and his secretary. He opened the door. The things which was going through my head did not add up because when I was with the V company, they said they have full control over the Belgian government and they have a man inside which can do everything. And there was so much indication, I could imagine the man. I worked with the soul. This secretary opened the door. Mr. B, introduce yourself. As he introduced himself, I said, I want to ask you a question before we start. I had the contract from the V company in my hand. I said, have you written this contract? He said, maybe. I said, you know, it's illegal for you to sign a contract and negotiate with the other part to sign another contract. I said, we are walking out. This is a deception. You're acting criminal. He said, sit down. He started writing pieces of paper to Caroline with 4 names on. If Mr. Keshe doesn't sign this contract, he'll be killed by these companies. Caroline looked at the paper. I looked at the paper. You don't want to know the name of the games. You tank in their petrol stations every day around the world. Petroleum groups and military groups. He told me, threatened me to be killed by 4 organizations. I said, you know something, Mr. B? I take a walk, you take a hike. You're a crook. You cannot write a deal, a contract, and then sit with the other side. If I didn't know to negotiate, I know enough about international law. Later on, we find out that this Mr. B is a very key man in a lot of things which I'm going to explain. He is not a lawyer. He was disbarred for deception and crooked jobs by the Belgian courts. He could never stand as a lawyer. Even to today, he writes, he practices law, but he cannot be. He's barred from everything. This man played a heavy game in the life of the Keshe Foundation. Step by step, you'll understand. At this point, when I was in Belgium, we had friends, which we tried to find a way to bring this technology into open. Beautiful friends. Some of you know him. We call him Olivier. Another one. Another notary, well-known notary. 3 of us, we start structuring around the Keshe Foundation, the website and everything else. We call it Keshe Technology. If you go on the website, you find it. Summer of that time, Olivier was on holiday. He called me and said, Mehran, I have found a company which can do angel financing. I said, no problem. We go and see them. He came back from the holiday. We went to the angel finance. Angel finance, we call it E. You know the rest of it. Or let's call it 3 because it's part of whatever the structure is later on. We start negotiating with these people. 3 people we met. 3 directors of this company, angel company, belonging, working as the financial arm of a major nano company. We call it C. So C is financing, D, and the 3 finances are known to anybody. He is the inner circle lawyer, so-called, of B. This Mr. B was inner circle of the company of this. So this man sits across the border everywhere as a lawyer, and he's not a lawyer, he's a criminal. And when a new technology appears, he decides how they're going to handle it, how they're going to share the benefit of the technology. In talking to C, in them testing the first parachutes, what we call, I gave it to them. This is what parachute. The first time we knew. We are in the board, you see it, these parachutes. They took one of these of us and they tested it. They said to me, it's impossible to produce nano layers, to produce graphite and graphene without radioactive material. We're going to call you a terrorist unless you give us the technology. I said, you take the hike. So Mr. B, not being able to get the technology for second time, went with his connection with the heads of the nation, created a program called Keshe Foundation is a terrorist organization because he's producing graphene and graphite, which all of you do with the caustic nowadays, as a terrorism, because they are a huge, one of the most advanced nanotechnologies. They spend millions on it. Now, with a few cents, is made. In our meeting, one of the three people, directors of three, had three people. One of them said, I pay for a patent to be written. We already paid €3,500. We have all the receipts for it to one of the top patent companies in Belgium to write. They took the money. After 2 or 3 months, they told us, this is so complicated, we have nobody. They says, can we have our money back? No, we read your patent, we read your work. It's impossible to write. We keep the money. So the man who came to us, one of the directors of the three company, he said, I know one man who can write your patent. We said, no problem, but we have to see everything. Carol and I, we made 3, 4, 6, and 12-seated dinner tables we had at home with all my paperwork, with all my research over years to prove the technology is correct. This man walks into my house, looks at everything, they see, they talk to each other, and then he says in Flemish, I don't understand, and then the man from here, we call it G. He said, we pay for the patent. And this gentleman we brought, we know, as a red circle now, will write you a patent. He was in my house. He saw everything. All my research on the table because I thought I'm working with the trusted people. But now they knew they stole the technology with the work of what already was with the V company. But they couldn't see the key. So the pattern was, we'll get the right patent for you, and then we'll get the information most probably they wanted. They paid for the patent to be written in a way, Paul paying Peter, stealing from each other but working together. So this gentleman, what we call red circle now, has entered into the cycle of the Keshe Foundation. I introduced him to my other 2 people, highly beautiful people, perfect people, in the process. From then on, our problem grew and grew. Every time we attended a meeting, the thing went flat. We couldn't understand why. Every time I went to a meeting on my own, everything was perfect. The last minute, if he came in as advisor, everything, Carol and I, for 3 or 4 years, we couldn't understand how. Till in 2008, I went to Iran. When I came back, we found more. But in that process, Red Circle introduced to us a number of people. He said they're going to help to finance. They're going to help to build. They're going to help to do everything else. But in fact, in the present research shows these are a bunch of pedophiles, murderers, and people who will steal intellectual rights. We show you the evidence in a few minutes. So what is the pattern now has become very clear. They have a man who every time a new science comes, pretending a patent writer of, if you go on the internet, inflatable dildos, banana, whatever. How could this man, now we see, could write such a patent? He was there to steal for the team. But strange enough, we saw more. Everything fell apart. Nothing was happening. They're putting us under so much pressure to become desperate to give everything. But I knew I will not give it, because I knew when I come to a point, is there to share with the world, I release it. At that moment, because of the pressures, my child was born. We wanted a passport or a birth certificate in my name. By Belgium law, if your child within 30 days is not registered in your name, he becomes the mother of the name of the mother. And then I had a whole thing to change his name. I went to the Iranian embassy. I said, I need my birth certificate, which I lost when I left Iran. Somewhere has been lost. And they said to me, come in, Mr. Keshe, we've been waiting for you. Come to Iran. We developed the technology with you for peaceful application. And I said, no problem. I managed to get the birth certificate of my son issued in my name. This is what they did to us. This man is a murderer, if I tell you what we went through with Caroline in the hand of this terrorist. Then I said to Caroline, there is a problem. Every time we go anywhere, he finds out, everything goes flat. I'm not prepared to discuss anything with him as I go to Iran. I went to Iran on a secure way, thanks to the office of the Iranian president. I arrived, greeted as a scientist the way it should be done, looked after, given laboratories, I developed the technology. My agreement was that I send money every month, 5,000 euro per month to my wife and my young boy that they can live. And they found out that the payment came from Iran to KB Bank of Belgium. They stopped the money. And they told my wife, the only way you can receive money from Iran is if you sell full product. I said, Caroline, send me a sandwich, I'll send you 5,000. There's a receipt for the sandwich. This was again the job of Red. They found out I'm there. He made a lot of threats against us. He made a lot of jobs with us. A wife and a child with no income, with no money to pressurize. Thanks to what we had, I came back from Iran. He put us under such a pressure. I said, Caroline, you have to tell Dirk because more or less they are making us, I have to come back. I cannot support you from Tehran. They don't let any money come in. And I'm not sending any black money through the borders. He came to pick me from Paris because now he knew I'm there. But you have to understand, he's the agent of the master. He was punished for not knowing where a top scientist, which was under his surveillance, has disappeared to. When I came back from Iran in October, he said, why don't you write your things in a book, your knowledge? I help you to do it. I said, I'll do it in so many weeks. He said, impossible, 6 months. So I said, I'll write my books. I already written part of it. He said, you come to me, we do it. Caroline refused to allow him in the house to do the book because we saw a lot of indecent activities regarding our son in the house before, like pissing in the garden in front of a 2-year-old boy, showing your private parts to a boy, because now we understand more why. So we start working, writing the first book, opposite more or less in his house in Antwerp. I drive 100 kilometers to sit in the cafe to finish the book, to write the book. And more or less, when the first book was finished, one day he said to me, I want to eat. I said, you're in the cafe. He says, no, I want to go to a very famous chain of hamburger shop, which is part of Belgium structure. I want to eat across the road there. I said, I can't eat. At that time, I already was fighting with a very bad liver and pain in the kidney. They said to me, you have suspected pancreas and liver cancer. So I couldn't eat anything as normal. And all this started when I came back from Iran with him. Start writing. Now I see the same pattern. The guy was poisoning me slowly on the table. Repetition, what John did to me in the Sensano. Very, very small dosage. You get to the peak that I couldn't walk. My students all know this. And then a big dosage to finish you off. We show you he's done this to 3 scientists. One is dead. We released the name today because it can be done. And then when we went to the hamburger, because the books were finished, the first book, they thought they got the key, they can understand it. I said, I can't eat. He bought 1 hamburger. If you're eating 2 people, you have to have 2 hamburgers, not 1. He bought 1 hamburger. He says, I bought this for you. I said, I can't eat. I won't touch it. And he sat in front of me. I bought it for you. I said, I'm not touching it. I can't eat. I have a problem with my liver. Such a thing destroys me. He ate the burger. I remember this clearly because I never had a discussion. I love hamburger. My children are addicts to it. I made them addicts to it. He walked out. He came back in and he said, I see flashes in my eyes. I said, why? He said, I see a lot of stars, he said. I said, I'm tired. I'm going home. In a way, he ate his own burger, not mine, because it was for me and I wasn't prepared to eat it. He just wanted a coffee. That was his explanation when we went there, buy a sandwich. Later on, I found out that burger was poison. It was the last poison for me to eat to die. But he had to eat it because it was on the table. So he poisoned himself with his own hamburger he bought, me sitting on the table trying to finish the last words of the book. So that's how the next day he said to me, my hand is going paralyzed, I had a stroke. So the poison has caused his own stroke. That's how he had a stroke. Then he had to go to the hospital. He got in the hospital for days, and we found out this was something, the guy had a stroke. He says, you know, I went under so much stress writing. No, darling, you ate your own bloody poison. That was the last piece I was to eat. This is how John gave me the poison. Over days in my teaching, and a big dose at the end, and he disappeared back to Belgium. I have something to do. So it's a pattern the way he works. At that point, I carried on working, and this goes on. Second and third book, again, he tries to poison me. I had one policy. I would not eat with him. I would not eat with him in his house or allow him in my house. So it was a very remote. If you go to a restaurant, I watch what he touches, that nothing crosses my table. It was an instinct. There is a problem. We never told him. And then every now and then, he pushes the police to come and push us. They blew my car up with my sister in it. They high chase with a gun, organized by the police, everything around his house in Antwerp, and then coming to kill us with 8 officers. Where Caroline was getting beaten up when I was on the phone. She was telling me they are beating me up, and I said, just let them in, there was no excuse for it. And then the whole process we saw with confiscation of the materials, leaving the active material with us, which was illegal to have. If it's illegal, why do you leave it in my lab? And everything else we saw. When they came and they beat Caroline up, we got into the car, we drove off to Italy. We had friends here, and they welcomed us, and now we're in Italy. Thank you very much, Mr. Giovanni. And we see in over 3 years in Italy, we have managed to get the knowledge across the world to millions of you. This is the facts about Mehran Tabakkali Keshe and the Keshe Foundation. Now, you understand how they came to Italy, and then now he lost. He's the boss. We saw in the process of being in Belgium, he introduced to us, you have to be known. I brought you somebody, I've asked, he's contacted you, called your favorite guy, Alan Sterling. He brought Alan Sterling to give an interview to. I didn't know anything. It was good because it was for our publicity. We wanted to be known. I gave 3 or 4 interviews to Alan Sterling. And then it came all other problems with it. When we moved to Italy, they followed us, they poisoned us, as you all know. Again, a Belgian man like him, born in Congo, giving the same poison, but this time not only to me, but this time to my wife and my child too. We all 3 got poisoned. Even one of the students touched the poison. He was poisoned by it too. So we see we are dealing with a murderer. But what happened when we came to Belgium, something very strange happened. Mr. Red Circle, seeing that we've grown, now we open the institute in Trani, take a flight to where we start commercializing, showing the technology works, into Hong Kong, carrying with himself a patent that I'm going to do is called Casimir patent, and patent the technology in China, because he knew in Europe he can't do it. He was trying to teach the Chinese. He's done the same thing with another technology in Australia. We show it to you in. It's a pattern of his work. And unfortunately, the scientist in that is dead. He's a Dutch scientist, died July 1999. They gave him the same poison and he died. So here we have a murderer with us, Red Circle. And this is the reason why you see so much coming up, scandals, fraud, and everything else. Because when we opened the hand of Alan Sterling, he knew we know too much. We start fishing. My team and the others start gathering a lot of information about Alan Sterling. And a lot of similarities with Red Circle came up. They knew we are onto him, and so he recruited all his agents, Suzanne, False Hope, and the other guy who came to the center, the black guy here to kill me. They're all his workers. He's the head of the biggest organization in murdering scientists. We show you one by one, you will understand. So in this process, when by accident, one of our top Keshe Foundation guy was in Hong Kong, seeing him there with a patent, he took a copy, he came, says, Mehran, what is this? How come you're not patenting anything, but he can patent? I said, what? They were sure I'm going to be killed. So they did what they did to the other scientists. So they went to disturb the production in China, placed their own patent as being a friend, and so we kicked him out very politely because we knew what he's up to. And he went with the rest of Alan Sterling, and before that they knew through their own security that what we are doing, we found Alan Sterling is the head of a big pedophile, and the boss is him. They start opening Keshe Foundation, truth about the Keshe Foundation, victims of Keshe Foundation. We just heard from the most beautiful African man. He doesn't even know what Red Circle is. He doesn't even have a passport. He's never been out of his own city. And now they all became victims. Victims which never existed. This is the way they've done. They can't get it, discredit it. And I'll show you, he's done this with 3 people. One of the most reputable politician millionaires in Belgium was brought down by him 10 years before. So he's done this before. In that process, Mr. Red Circle now has no choice. He's got a million, we think, plus golden handshake for getting the information and getting a villa, or what do you call it, a penthouse, in one of the most expensive places where he didn't have a pot to piss in because he had to hide the money where he was getting paid from the stolen technologies. So in this process, once we start getting Alan Sterling, he knew we are after it. Our team in the background worked very heavily. They are searching. We kept quiet. I kept very low. I asked the security services to open a lot of things to us about Alan Sterling as a team. Wherever we kick it, pops up Red Circle. His soldier interviews him, Madame Suzanne. His chief of command, Red Hope, False Hope, interview him to give credibility to themselves. They go out putting every false information out. 650, you go every single 650 of Keshe Foundation victims and click them. Is entered by Red Circle himself, not by them, and it's just a face, just to build up the numbers. Because he didn't know I set him up for it. In one of my talks, in my teachings, go back onto it, you'll find out. Where we got him now as a murderer is well planned. In one of my teachings, I said, the people have been looking for victims and they only can't find 5 and 6 or 10. We knew he started building the evidence. We had to show to the government he's a murderer. So he said now he's going to build up the evidence. So false, any names could come on the Facebook. We set him up and he walked into it. We waited till Alan Sterling comes in, the verdict. It came 2 weeks ago. Remember what I told you? In respect to Alan Sterling, I used to work in my business life close with the security services for the security of British government, or business side, where we could work, sell goods which they didn't could sell to generate money for us and for the government. So I was in chit chat with them, learned a lot about security, and at the same time, being in nuclear physics in Russia and other places, I've been well trained in security and what we have to do to protect ourselves. I gave an interview to Kerry Cassidy. I spoke with the FBI. These are all registered. We registered all these calls, that there is no coincidences. The FBI officer in Utah told me, he called me originally in November. I called him in February and January. He says, Mehran, we got him. If we bring him in, we have to go through a very expensive court case. If he walks in, we're done. We don't need to do anything. I said, leave it to me. I called Kerry Cassidy. I explained this before. I said, Kerry, I want to give an interview, but Alan Sterling is going to be discussed. She said, I can't let you, but if you like walk it through, I don't say anything. In that interview, I said on the 18th, 19th of February that we know who the victims of Alan Sterling are. They're his own children, because these people rape their own children. And then he knew, we know the cover is blown. They all need to do to arrest the children, because now it was in the open. The next day he walked in Utah Sheriff Office, handed himself, and the following day he was arrested for raping his 2 daughters. So we knew how to get to these people is the original victim, his daughters. We sent a message to his daughter, and immediately in past 2 or 3 days, we saw he's saying that they are, what do you call it? They're stalking my daughter, they are this and that. All we sent to him, he hasn't shown any of it. We took a, what do you call it, screenshot. We know what we sent. We sent a conviction of Alan Sterling and one of the scientists that he has murdered to his daughter. How your father is a crook and a murderer. So he knew, we know, we found the first scientist, we know that he's murdered. Now, in past 2 or 3 days, Keshe Foundation faxes. He's written this to my daughter. My daughter has written, my heart is with you, I love you, and the rest of it, because we send the information. We pinched the dog for the cat to meow, and the cow meow. And he wrote it. So he walked into what we said, that they work as a team, father and daughters. We will show you more and more. These are the evidences on the internet. Then, now we know, and now we can reveal. Red Circle is in the business of stealing technologies for his government, and he gets paid very well. Very well. And then the payment is in 2 ways, partially cash and partially children. We know how he gets children for his bosses too. Now we have unraveled the whole lot, the way we did with Alan Sterling. He has raped his own 2 daughters first, sometime in the past. Age, the same as Alan Sterling, between 3 and 6 years. Children cannot remember anything between the 3 and 6, but you have to remember, Red Circle advertises and is done, according to himself, a lot of hypnoticism. He says he has hypnotized 100 people in one go in VUB, the university, where I gave my documents. I've been going to the nest of the bees, where they were assessing my technology. And so he hypnotizes children. We have found out what he does with the children. He murders children. He literally beheads children. It's on the internet. We will release it. You will understand it, how he works. But the story goes long before I ever came into the scene. Security people from CIA, FBI, British intelligence and police, Interpol are all sitting on the line. They know. I told them I release it today. Give this to your government police, you'll find out how he works. What has happened is that the story goes long before murdering me. Long, long before. In 1990s and 1980s, a very well-known businessman who wrote a program how to create a new financial cycle. He made himself multimillionaire, became a pain in the backside of, and he wasn't prepared to share his wealth. He made hundreds of millions out of it. The backbone, the problem, programming again, remember the program? How to make money, and he went public with it. A lot of people to make money. They put him in prison for 5 years because he didn't share the loot. But they made a lot of accusation with him. Him, like me, being a correct man, he found that the people who are after him, they are linked to pedophile groups. He went to source of pedophiles in Holland. And in a shop, they gave him a video, how pedophiles do whatever they do with children. This is all on the internet. And then he watched it. He knew this is what they're going to do to him. He walked away and he didn't talk. He went to prison. He came out of prison because they were trying to get his money. And then this gentleman in 2010, 11, 12, came to start a new political party. We call him R, because this is very important. And Red Circle has written how he worked with R to set up a party. It's on his own website. We have taken all the pictures from it. But in fact, when he went back, I remember this day again because he was on the opening of the Keshe Foundation. At about 11 o'clock, he was pushing, I have to leave, I have to go. I said, this is the opening, you've been supporter of foundation, you've done everything. But I have to go because R has a television interview, I have to be there. He left the meeting to go to an interview where everybody in the Keshe Foundation, if you're there, you remember him leaving. Mr. R, why he wanted to be there and why he was put around him is that Mr. R watched the video, and that's why he stopped everything. A girl being slaughtered, beaten up, and murdered. The problem, what it was here, is that the murder is carried out by Red Circle. He wanted to make sure he can't remember it, and if he does anything, I discredit him. When most probably he realized, Mr. R has realized who he is, he did exactly the same as what he did to me. He went, opened a scam about Mr. R on the Belgian internet. Everything was wrong with him. This exact copy of Keshe victims, truth about the facts. He's done this with this Mr. Gerald R. He's a very well-known politician, businessman in Belgium. So what we know, the question was how they bring the children in. How does he get access to the children? He uses his false identity that he has made jigsaws, flat jigsaws. It's not his. It belongs to a Japanese inventor and something else. But in the publication of his company with his daughter, they ask a very funny question. We are looking for 3 to 6-year-old children to photograph. You remember Suzanne asking for photograph? That's what they do. They say they photograph the children, and then if you like it, they kill it for you. This is what his job is. These are documents. CIA has full dossier. We have sent it to CIA. So him, and is on the Facebook of his daughter looking for 3 to 6-year-old children. And people have responded to. We don't know how many children have gone missing. There is no location where they are taking pictures and what it is. But the enticement for taking a picture is a free movie ticket. Would you take your child to take a picture and send him to a free movie, where in the movie and on the way home the child goes disappearing? They like it. Before the child gets to cinema, it's sold. Now you understand why we become a scam. Now you understand why there is so much effort by him to discredit the Keshe Foundation and you lot. Now you understand how ruthless this man is. No life worth anything about it. But this doesn't finish here. You have to understand he is what we call as he's got a movie on the internet, blowing vibrators, blowing dildos. That's his specialty. What has happened? It seems that his bosses decided sometimes in the past to use him because he has no understanding of what he was doing for patent writing that they can bring children in and scientists in. In late 1990s, a genius, a Dutch genius, wrote and developed a television man, the first video compression program. You know, nowadays, video compression worth billions is made Bill Gates a multi-trillionaire. This program was written by this man in 1990s. Accidentally, the most probably he was there with his team working in the background, they poisoned the guy. The day before he signs a €100 million contract for his invention, he died strangely with a heart attack, stroke, nobody knows. They would not even allow to do an autopsy. Remember the judge in America who died recently? They never allowed autopsy because when they know they do autopsy, it shows how they kill. Would you like to read the name of or we better don't do because it goes on the site. Go on the internet, it's in Dutch news. July 1999. This compression technology, over 15 years ago, worth trillions. The man has his hand on it as a patent writer. With his team, as we said, starts with A, which this A traveled with me to Korea to see what I give to Samsung to murder me. And he told me many times, they're going to kill me with the guns and everything, but that's what he was trying to tell me. I'm going to kill you if you get the technology to Samsung. Strange enough, very, very strange enough, this scientist murdered a man who writes patents for what I call Mickey Mouse games, the toys. Now, in 2002, with his collaborator, which most probably nobody knew, the secret of the murdered scientist who wrote the patent for compression was submitted to Belgium. Belgium Patent Office. So a dildo man became the writer of the most complicated compression technology ever existed. Go through the patent office of the Belgium in 2002. They waited a year or two till everything died. They already sold. The money took out by B, if you remember. He organized everything. They set up the most advanced nanotechnology finance and the other finance to trap scientists and everybody else. Now you see the circle is complete. The son of the king, who says he's the son of the king, introduced us to Red Circle. So they're all in it. They have their own lawyers, they have their own police force, everything is done at their will. So what happened in 2002, again, after murder of the scientist, this is all on the internet. Please go on the internet, rule for radio compression. The two fights that I worked 5 hours to finish the patent, and you submitted it the day before while I was traveling home. The two thieves, now they're fighting for their position. So he could not submit another patent, he did it in Belgium, for what his partner in crime was already submitting his name. The fight between these two guys goes for a long time. Have a look, go on the internet. We have all the documents. So in that process, they already killed the scientist, they took his patent, and it's on the reading the documents that the key, the man like me, the guy in Holland, did not give the last two keys of the compression. So what they did, they stole it. It's a floppy disk which had a key on it, but they couldn't decipher it. So in that process, they already killed the man, and then they could not have or bring the money they stole by the murder. I'm a patent writer. I write a fake patent. We heard a lot about his patents, where he made his money. That patent doesn't belong to him. He just put something with a name in a Belgian patent office to cover himself, and he started bringing some of the money which came from murder of the scientist with this patent he was given by his bosses into operation. Because the patent, what he says he's done for the funny, whatever you call, cubes, were written in 1988 by Japanese and by another, I think, Dutch. It didn't belong to him. He faked it like usual. Now he submitted another fake patent to bring to launder the money, which he was added to. At the same time, again, his bosses, Mr. B, came across another person like me who went to B. We went as usual. It's here, the nest. They went there to get finance. Here, Mr. B set him up. They got his box, black box. The black box was here, kept here at the head office. And one black box, they said, we want to see creating energy. But strange enough, the man went through the same life as me with a liver cancer too. The last time he met him, he poisoned him to kill because he would not give the secret. If you're a Russian, please go into the documents of a girl, Russian girl, been shot and burned in a house in Mechelen area of Belgium. Mr. A, which is his collaborator, a Dutchman, we have submitted these to the court years, but we couldn't find out how we can't get through because they are part of the structure. Mr. A and Mr. Red Circle, they said the same guy with energy system as me and poisoned him the same. This is the three scientists we know. Me, the scientist in Belgium, we don't know because we are away, we don't know if he's alive or dead yet. You know him. I've shown the graph of if you put this nanomaterial in water, it shows charges. That graph comes from this scientist. So we know who he is. He received exactly me. How come everybody receives liver cancer or that, which comes in touch with Red Circle? So he has murdered two scientists. A Russian girl, raped his own daughters, and the girl we've seen and many other girls. He is the head of the biggest criminal organization in the world. It is not the cube which is happy. The cube is the coffin of the children. That's why he sells them so easily, the pictures. The whole problem is that they are operating freely in Europe. Because now Mr. B sits at one of the highest positions in European Space Organization. We've seen a lot of scientists in the past 2 or 3 years in Europe disappearing and dying. He organizes all of them. He owns 250 companies, which is all the latest patents. He threatens like me, if you don't give, you take, and I met 2 or 3 people. But a strange of the strange. Go to Australia. Look for compression companies set up in Australia. They could not decipher the last load. They brought a young computer programmer trying to decipher. They thought they found part of it. In Europe, they couldn't do it because then it would have been a murder of the scientists in Holland will come up. They opened a compression company in Australia. It's still there. And his name is as a director of the company, major shareholder. strange. A vibrator designer sitting on the most advanced compression technologies. He did the same with me. When he was sure I'm going to be killed, he went to China to patent the things in China I'm trying to save. Casimir battery, which doesn't have any meaning, but he wanted to control the Keshe Foundation by claiming it's his. Now you understand how we all been taken for a ride by a murderer, by a gangster, by a terrorist, and most of all by a pedophile. When a man writes, I pissed here and I pissed there, and he writes a poet for it when he has exposed himself to a boy of 2.5 years old, it means you know what it is, because he only likes them when they're 3 years old. And you read, it was read to you, the girl killed was annually assaulted. He is not interested. Read about Alan Sterling. He's done the same thing with his own children because they won't touch them in different way. They don't leave any evidence. So now you understand how we became criminal organization, how we became to run for our life in the hand of a criminal. What we want you to do is very simple. You listen to about an hour maybe of a story of life of a man. He set out to save humanity. But what I want to know is we're opening 2 websites. missingchildren.help, and we would like you to tell us where do you know which children are gone missing, where and how. We know the type of children he likes. He likes blonde because he did both of his daughters. But he comes from Africa. He went to Africa to bring the name of people like Paul to put on his list. He was born in Kinshasa, but he's just born in Brussels. So what we want to know, if you know any scientists who have died mysteriously, we want to know. Send it to us. It goes straight away to CIA and other intelligence services. If you know any children gone missing around Belgium, France, Spain, Portugal. The English girl which went missing was sold by photograph by Hope. False Hope sold the picture, and the girl, you know, is a very well known on the news. She is back in Morocco, escaping from United States, and at the same time, is still trafficking children. So, ladies and gentlemen, Keshe Foundation is solid. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen how we work so openly. And ladies and gentlemen, you see him as the head of internet organization. So what you see is we have to protect our children. We are dealing with a man who has hypnotized his own daughters that they don't remember. If you read the judgment for Alan Sterling, they say the infants are so small that they cannot recognize, remember, but Mr. Sterling agrees that he's done the job because he would cover thousands of the others they have trafficked and they have murdered. We passed this information that he has been involved in the murder of the 2 Moroccan girls in Belgium, and we do not accept the police of Belgium to take any action. It will be done by international police. And as now, if you go back on the internet, False Hope disappeared on the 30th of the month. She didn't put anything in her Facebook. That day, she was with the Parliamentary Committee Crime Squad of Moroccan, ordered by the King of Morocco to investigate her activities. She is on a wing to be arrested once they complete their process, as we've seen with Alan Sterling. He was interviewed, released, till they find out more who she is communicating with, and she is done by the interview. She'll be in time escaping from America. We don't know how many American children she has murdered or sold on the internet through Alan Sterling. Susan is in the same game. That's why I asked from Mr. Amini if it was his daughter, and we knew it's not. He said he knows it's one of the people, the team around him. And unfortunately, we have a very sad news to you. As you've seen, this guy is so low, and you see, we work without the borders and nations. In the last entries, he accuses me being of a child trafficking with one of the hard workers of the Keshe Foundation in Germany, that we are involved. That's why we are chasing him, because we are in it. No, because we were chasing you. We found out everything about you. My team, some 40 of them, are solid, loyal, and committed to freedom of humanity. But unfortunately, Red Circle is a murderer man who was killed very easily the first time. We don't know how many other scientists he's killed. And we are looking for the name of the children who gone lost around Antwerp. This is his patch, where he takes children, hypnotizes them, rapes them, and then he enjoys to do what you read. So you understand, there was nothing wrong with the Dutch or Belgian politician. There was nothing wrong with the scientist who got murdered in Holland. There is nothing wrong with the scientist. We don't know if he's alive or dead. He has a Russian wife. He used to live in Antwerp, and he had to go to the coast because of the cancer. He was trying to survive, the same as me. We think he has given him the last portion to drink, most probably when he went for him to take a frequency measurement of the nano-material, because he brought that to me. He said, this is what is done. So he most probably, he was trying to save his life, to stay alive, we were told. So we have evidence for attempted murder and 2 murders of scientists. If the Dutch police stay silent now that we have brought this on, there is something wrong in the structure of the security and the police of Holland. Don't forget, when they knew I'm not leaking any more information about the control of my system, the King of Belgium came to see me 4 years ago in a cafe, begging literally from me, I'm going to kill you if you don't give me the technology. I told him, take a hike, I'm going. When I go, you go. I left, he abducted. First time ever in the history of the kingship, because the blood of the children, which are killed, 50 of them in France, most of it links to Red Circle. When the top man finishes with him, the crumbs are used to dispose of. The truth is nothing but a cover-up for acts of Red Circle and his people. Don't give the pictures to no one on the internet. It's an illegal act for underage pictures to be taken or be requested to be taken in all the European countries. How come? On his website, he's asked for children of 3 to 6 years old, specifically 3 to 6 years, and his daughter the same. They have orders. This is the type they like. We saw Alan Sterling, we see Red Circle, and we know his daughter has to follow father's order because otherwise he'll be exposed. So now you know all the facts about us. We all live in our closets. We all live with our lives. We all work to bring our children and family up, and lunatics like him disturb everything. The scientist died with the children, the other man with the children. I suffered so much with my family. The children who got beheaded, like what you've seen. So, Red Circle, your circle is redded completely. You're a murderer. You are a thief, stealing scientist patents and pretending to be nothing. And at the same time, as I told you, we have asked the security services to join us. The way we got Alan Sterling, we're going to get you and your boss very easily. As you know, as part of our team sits security services, because we bring them in to protect ourselves. All the detail has been passed on. Everything, every copy. And in a new website, which supporters have set up, we'll leave all the papers which we talked about today on it. You can go and read it. How he murdered a child, how he has patented dead man's patent. Have you ever seen a dead man walking? Yes, the man is dead. Red circle walking with his patent. And then fighting with the others who is still with, how much they're going to share out of it. So, very simple. We have given all the information to the Italian police and Italian court system. Now, we don't make accusation. This website will go up, and our supporters will put out their website, and you can read. And please contact the Moroccan community and tell them we found the murderer of your daughters. Because these two girls, in another part of his website, writes the ages he likes to have as it comes. 3, 4, 5, 11, 12. Have you ever seen anybody writing what ages he wants to have a picture of? We have taken a snapshot of his website. We have taken a snapshot of his daughter's Facebook. It's all there with their names on it. They cannot deny it. It's categorizing for customers. Now they're after 3 to 6 year old because the others, after the death of the girls in Belgium, remember. Children, young age don't remember, and that's what he does to them. He beheads them. So I'm sorry to bring you to this. We are a scientific organization. You heard the story of my life and my family by accident, totally accident, trying to bring my technology to you lot to enjoy the Magrav units, the pen, the pads, the medical units. We have paid heavily for it. We do not get support from anyone. The foundation stands on its own. All the donations, if it's large, through his boss, get stopped at the bank in Belgium. That we do not receive it, that they starve us. But thanks to you lot, understanding we are correct, supporting us to be there for you to support yourself and your family. Now, we are here with you. We share the knowledge, and we'll take man to space as we promised. We have seen how the Africans with a pure heart bring the most beautiful solutions for cancer. We see how the Germans work to bring their factory into production and give the others. We've seen people like Richard moves from Holland to Germany to set up a factory that he can help the others because he believes in it. And then we set him up to walk into the trap, which is red circle. You are on your own circle. You are a murderer. I'm ashamed to play eyes on you, and in so many ways, humanity is ashamed for your birth. You killed a scientist. You're involved in his murder. We know you're single-handedly involved twice in trying to murder me, plus on the street, blowing my car up and everything else. And strange enough, I tell you a story, we close it. I told you, when I came back, before I arrived, go back on the history of the foundation, I've mentioned this in some teachings. I called my wife securely to tell I'm coming back next Tuesday and Wednesday, whatever. And the same next day, that was 10 o'clock at night, Red Circle calls my wife and he says he's been called by the office of the Prime Minister of Belgium that Mr. Keshe, within 10 days from return from Iran, has to attend the office of the Prime Minister. We thought, my wife is there. Why do they need to call him? And we actually went to the office of Prime Minister because he wanted to show I brought him back, now I kill him. Now you understand. It wasn't accidental. He made the decision to show how far he can go and who are his servants. We walked into the office of Prime Minister of Belgium. We saw one of his paymasters, most probably. And then we seen it. I have to tell you something regarding the B. This Mr. B was in the Flemish Parliament, or assistant to the head of, as they call, chief of cabinet, and he was kicked out because of inappropriate actions, stealing the same as his subordinates. So this lot have a huge history of murdering, deception, and Red Circle sits on the top. What we see that he's a victim is a cry of the wolf. You have enough evidence. We put all this evidence on the internet. We've seen today people telling you they never put a foot out. He's taken his name and it's all by him to discredit. Now we have 650 non-victims and one real victim. The victim is humanity in the hand of the biggest murderer. He's a serial killer. We've seen them in the shape of doctors. We've seen them in the shape of policemen. We've seen them in every shape or form. Now we have shown you one of the most, what I call devious murderers, serial killers of children and scientists. So please go to him and mark yourself as another victim. We are human race victim in the hand of one of the biggest gangs, which part of them we exposed with Alan Sterling. The other part yesterday was exposed by the European police, Interpol, in the same countries as we said. And very strange, I have to tell you one thing I forgot. The gentleman he introduced to us with A, where did I put him? When you see his name, go, we had to do this, it's a piece we gave to the court of Belgium. At that time, I was very innocent, I didn't know. The A, which is part of this group, he is the closest friend to him. He was the one who was supposed to finance the Keshe Foundation with no money apparently, but he had millions, and is the same man who was supposed to be part of the finance of the Dutch scientists who died. He has been kicked out of Thailand for annually raping a 10-year-old boy. And the government of Belgium took him out. 2 children were raped by him in Thailand. When you see his name, open it up, go back into Interpol report, you see him. It's on the internet. So these are a bunch of pedophiles gathering children, raping children, killing scientists for what it is. We are dealing with the most organized criminal organization in Western Europe, headed by one man and never been uncovered. We covered Alan Sterling, we've proven to be right, and my team will put Red Circle well circled in the coming days. We submit documents further to the CIA and the others that the Belgian police has no enforcement because this is an international crime. I'm Iranian. I ask for the Iranian government to take action. Dutch police has to look into this. The patents have been taken to Australia. Australia police is involved. He has moved to China to patent. They will come in. We are very well known for what we do. He is well organized crimes and selling technologies which he has stolen. Always remember, how can you write a Casimir patent, which he's admitted he was going to do in China, when you are, sorry, a cubely happy patent writer, toys and dildos. That's all he does. That's how his intelligence is, stealing technology. And how can you be a partner in the most advanced compression technology in Australia because you knew in Europe you're going to be caught for murdering a scientist? All the details are on the internet. We handed over everything to CIA, and now we hand everything to Interpol, which has gone through, and every embassy, every country should know that their scientists are in danger and the children will be murdered by his organization. Red Circle, you are a shame to breathe the air of this planet. This planet is beautiful, is one of the most special places in the universe, and you have dirtied it with your breath. The foot you put on it, I wish your mother would have never given birth to you, that you caused so much pain for so many people. Thank you very much for today. Go on the Keshe Foundation website. Start learning how to make these systems and help the humanity like the rest of us. There is nothing wrong with your knowledge. There are no victims. There are people who try to make victims, because when you become a victim, they get the address of your children and you really become victims. That's why they've been going around calling the child of Alex. That's why they've been going around calling one of the teachers that they're going to do this and that to his children. That's why we receive calls. They threaten always with the children, because this is the way they are. They have no problem. We are dealing with a murderer. I will speak with the Imam of Belgium. I will let them know that where they can find the grave, we know the murderer lives. He is so low that this is the pattern. He brought the Africans to put on his victim list. On his new outlet, he says that I'm a child trafficker with another Iranian, because again, foreigners, they are doing it, not us diverting attention. But in fact, that's what he does. My team is solid. We are perfect people. We support humanity. But one thing, tell your young daughter that we'll make her face the face of child abuse across the world. You try to stop it. That face is not innocent. It's another one helping you to get children. I put that face all over the internet, plus your grandchildren, which I think you must have read both of them. This is your habit. That's why when I was in your house, I noticed your children don't let you anywhere. You just sit as a grandpa in one corner. They won't let you touch, because you might touch more than you're allowed to. They did with your own daughters. It's not theory, it's fact. We read it, we've seen it, and you admitted it. Exposure to 2.5-year-old child pissing in front of him is an illegal act in the house when it's you and the child alone. Thank you very much for today. We come back next week. We bring hope, prosperity, and peace to humanity. But we had to wait till we had Mr. Sterling in a cage that we could defend ourselves. And you've seen it. We have nothing to hide. You have nothing to hide. Teach, and let's bring peace to all of us. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. Okay, that brings to a close the 120th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, June 30th, 2016. And as always, thank you everybody for attending. And stay tuned next week for more exciting news from the Keshe Foundation on all fronts. Okay, that's it for now. I'll shut the live stream. And we'll end the meeting. Okay.